Alrighty, hello, lovely people. How is everyone doing on this fine Friday? Hello, Marcus. Long time no stream. It has been a little bit of a pause in the streaming, that is true. For various different reasons. But that is true. Let's get the visual out of the way like that. And let's see if we can get all of the audio settings to sound proper. Can you guys hear me all right? Is the music too loud? Is the music too low? Everything seems to be more or less in order here on my side. So let's hope it sounds good. Do let me know if there are any issues. Sounds good. Thanks for the report. I always appreciate when people just tell me. You know, you don't have to give me any more details. Just basically like a yep, we can hear you. Helps everyone out. So thank you for that. Yes, it has indeed been a little bit of a pause in streaming. I think there's like at least 3 weeks or something, or maybe 2 weeks. I don't know. Since the last one, it's been kind of hectic actually on my side. The work on Traction Point lately. I was away last weekend, so there was no streaming then. But other than that, I've just been working like completely crazy hours on this game now. Because it's slowly dawning on me that like I don't have like infinite time working on this game. In particular, I don't have infinite money working on this game, so I'm gonna have to actually like ship something at some point. And yeah, so I've actually been working on a feature that I spoke about a little bit on the Discord some time ago. I know it probably is starting to get a little tiresome just looking at these same old test levels and same old vehicles in the game all the time. I know it is to me at least. I have ideas for lots of cool levels, some of which you will, be able to probably see on streams, some of which I will perhaps not advertise as openly and freely as I have so far, because I want to keep some of those levels kind of close to my chest, so that you guys can actually, get to play them when you play the campaign. But fear not, I have a plan, and my plan is to do a little bit of work on the sort of like framework of the game. That would mean like gameplay code, gameplay features, modding support, technical stuff, that sort of thing. And a pretty big part of that is actually I'm hoping to wrap that up like by the end of this year. So next year I'm hoping will be like mostly content production for this game. And to that end, lately I've been doing some work on the tire model. I spoke about this a little bit on the Discord. The Discord server, which you all should join, by the way, if you haven't already. You can find the link there in the chat, as well as below. If you join, you get to play Pre-Alpha 2, which has been out since the summer, basically. You can play that today if you want to just test out the game. Oh, and I'm getting some sort of phone call, I guess. Oh no, it's not a phone call. Okay, yeah. Right. So yes, I've been working on the tire model. This vehicle, this scout vehicle, is still using the old tire model. And you can see that its wheels are kind of like imprecise. Especially if we take the camera close to this thing here. Have this very sort of hard edge here, right? And then we drive the vehicle, and you can see that it sort of like almost like goes into the edge a little bit, and then it kind of snaps to being on top of the thing. All right? This is the so-called raycast wheel model, which has been the only wheel model in the game so far. And it is a wheel model which is kind of common in like racing games, things like that. One of the wheel models that the FusX vehicle SDK comes with. And this Scout is still using this thing. There are some benefits to that. It's kind of like reasonably cheap to calculate, but it also actually allows you to just like drive over certain kinds of like obstacles and unevennesses in the ground without getting stuck by things. So it's really nice for this kind of almost like racing vehicle, because it allows you to just drive very fast even on terrain like this, which is like grass and gravel and rocks and things like that. Hey, ex-Luxi. Been some time, but I managed to catch you live. You did? Yes. Welcome back. I do remember you from previous streams. It's been a little while since I streamed, to be honest. We just actually spoke about that. So welcome back. Glad to have you. Right, so this is the raycast wheel model. This has also been in use by the other vehicles, so the gripper truck, and of course the mother vehicle. It's much worse fit for these guys, especially because this guy can have like a power cell or some piece of cargo here in the back, and now this guy is just rolling down the hill. Let's engage the handbrake there for a bit. There we go. So if you have a vehicle like this that actually has transports cargo and stuff like this, this wheel model is kind of bad, because if we switch back to this for a second, when you actually hit a ledge like that, let's actually approach it from one of these higher, maybe not, I don't even think it can necessarily drive up from down there, but if we hit it from here, we can sort of see the vehicle kind of nudges, gets almost like a kick from that, and kind of bounces upwards. And that sort of thing is kind of unpredictable and not really realistic. So it's not a very good fit for something that is carrying dynamic objects, right? Because all of a sudden your cargo just goes flying. And so what I've been working on is something called the sweep tire model, which, as you can see here now, this vehicle actually first of all gets blocked by this thing. You can't just drive up a wall anymore. You take it a little bit closer to this, where it's not that tall. You can see the wheel actually properly climbs up the thing now. And of course, if you have something like the mother vehicle, which is very, very large wheels, it now properly climbs over things in a much more realistic sense. So this is something that will be shipping in the next pre-alpha 3, which is coming in December, so in about a month, a little more than a month, maybe. Almost like a Christmas present for those of you who want to take part in that. So here, for example, you can see that when we approach this rock here, the mother vehicle's front wheel is kind of nicely sort of lifted up onto that. It doesn't snap anymore like it used to. Getting this thing to work, though, has been an absolute clusterfuck. So like I mentioned, I'm using the FusX vehicle SDK for this game. And the Physics vehicle SDK actually has support for both raycast wheels as well as swept wheels. And the swept wheel model has been just all kinds of broken. Some of those issues have probably been because of, you know, mistakes that I've made, but some of them have definitely been like just like bugs in the vehicle SDK. And nowadays, Physics actually comes with a completely redesigned vehicle SDK, which I have tried, but I'm not actually using it. I'm using the old one, and I'm using one which is pretty heavily modified at this point. And so I've just had to like fix bugs in the vehicle SDK related to these sweeps. There's still some bugs left, or some sort of situations that this model doesn't really handle all that well. They're not really bugs, they're more like limitations. But yeah, it's been a whole thing. It's been a whole thing getting this thing working. And so this has been just like an absolute crazy week for me work-wise. Basically been working like 12-hour days every single day this week. If you're watching this as a VOD, today is Friday, so that means that like this is now the end of the week. I finally have, I think, all of the really bad issues with this fixed. And of course this is a pretty fundamental thing to have working in a vehicle game like this. So it's been something that I've just wanted to actually have fixed, right? So that is one reason I haven't really been streaming lately, because I've just been absolutely just staring at like printouts of vectors and velocities and bounding boxes and things. But I'm pretty happy with how this actually now works, and I think both this and the gripper truck, they just like handle nicer now. Especially if we go into like something like the depot level, where which is actually kind of a problematic level, I've come to realize, because this level is made in a slightly different way, sort of technically. Let's see. There's the mother. There's the mother. Set this as the avatar. It always spawns in this unfortunate orientation. You have to kind of untangle yourself here. I should probably make it so that it takes like the camera facing. I use that as an orientation or something like that. Yeah, now I'm in a little bit of a pickle here, aren't I? Yeah, you can see a little bit of snapping still on those wheels, because they are actually they're not like, you know, individual rigid bodies. The wheels are still just shapes that belong to the main rigid body, and get moved around using these kinds of like sweeps. But now this ledge actually here has a lot of like imperfections, these kind of small ridges and hollows and things like this. And this used to be completely crazy to drive here with the old vehicle. It was just snapping all over the place, and now it just like handles this very nicely, which is nice. So it should behave a lot more kind of how you would expect these days, but it is not perfect. The next step would be to just completely rip out this model and have some sort of, you know, model where each wheel would be its own rigid body, which could be done, but that puts some like this slightly simplified model allows you to do some things in a more sort of controlled manner when it comes to like things like friction and collisions and all of that, which is nice, which is why I'm using this thing. So I'm hoping this is what the game will actually ship with for these big vehicles. And then of course we have the raycast model for the smaller ones. But of course, with the modding support that we have going now, and it will arrive in pre-alpha 3 as well, you guys can essentially just like go, no, I don't like the Scout with raycast wheels. I want my scout with swept wheels, and then you can actually, you know, make a version of the scout which uses swept wheels. You can see here that even though some of these like ridges are kind of like, these rocks are kind of tall, this guy can just like very easily and without issue drive over them. This is sort of like the beauty of the raycast model. That is just kind of like, I don't really need to care. You just drive out. In that case, the chassis actually probably hit the rock. But these kinds of things, and just like, it just handles it like a pro. No biggie. So that's kind of neat. Another thing that I did, which I also talked about on the Discord, is we now have a sandbox menu. So here's the level that we made in the last stream when we made the jet engine sound for this scout vehicle. So everything comes from a mod, which we can see here in the mod manager. Information, flying scout. This is like an example mod that I made for the game, and which I'm going to open source when the mod support arrives for you guys. So you can just take this thing and play around with it, make changes to it, all of that. I'm still hoping to actually have Steam Workshop support in pre-alpha 3, but we'll see if that actually comes online or not. But it will definitely be in the final game. Anyway. All of this comes from a mod. It's loaded outside of the actual game itself. But this mod is now kind of hooked into this sandbox menu. We can see that we actually get this Scouts Night Out level here, which loads into this level that we created in the last stream. And you know, you get all of the assets, all of the sounds, all of the gameplay code, and everything like this is now just loaded from outside of the game. So the mod support is sort of like finally coming online, in the sense that you don't even need to load into a mod level or something like that using like development tools anymore. You can just create a level with your mod, and then you can access it there from that menu. Of course, if your mod is such that it doesn't have like any own levels, instead you're modding one of the objects that the game uses, you just want, you know, the scout to have swept wheels instead of raycast wheels, and that's a different story, because then you can't actually like you know, automatically start that. Then you probably need to just load into the campaign normally and then instantiate one of your modded vehicles there, which you can do, but in that case you probably still need to use some of the development menus to do that. But yeah, we have this level now, and just the fact that it is loaded means that it will actually show up here in the sandbox menu. So this is another thing that I worked on quite a lot. And I think the input for this menu is just completely like crazy. It doesn't follow any sort of conventions that my UI system thinks should be followed. Because like you just have these two buttons here that you can move the selection between, and normally in my UI system, if something has focus, then all input goes to this widget which has focus, which is now this start button here. But here actually, even though this is focused, you just click these buttons here, the input actually goes to this thing, so we're kind of like overriding it. You can do the same thing with the keyboard, and you can do the same thing with the gamepad. Everything kind of works. So it's just like completely overriding the input handling that's normally in use. But I feel, or I find myself constantly just clicking on these things when I should be clicking these buttons here. I wonder if I should just like make it so that if you click one of these, it jumps to that. If we click these here on the sides, it would take like 2 steps. Something like that, I don't know. But yeah, that menu also took some time. I think those are basically the only things that I've done since last stream. especially the physics stuff just took ages and ages to get done. So I'm kind of I'm kind of beat. Today we're gonna just do a little bit of chill game deving. Honestly, I would make them clickable. Yeah, I kind of think so too. Like if you click this thing here, then it would jump to that. If you click here, it would jump to it. It's just a little bit more sort of. It's just being a little nice to players who want to play with a mouse. Probably makes sense. Mick Alexander says, hey man, seen your vids for a while now. Well done on the engine. Envy your renderer skills. Oh man, thank you. What a nice message. Thank you very much. I'm glad you get some enjoyment out of it. I kind of constantly have second. What is the word I'm looking for? I constantly doubt my own ability to write a renderer. Like I'm pretty happy with most parts of the engine. The renderer is getting better all the time, but yeah, it's a bit limited. I'm happy it kind of looks nice. If I can use it to ship this game, then that's a success in my book. Let's actually have a look here on the sandbox menu. Maybe we could actually start by. So what you might be able to see here is very quickly there's a text that says loading sandbox levels, then it goes away because it's so quick. There's just 3 of them. But this thing actually like loads things directly from the disk. So if we create a, let's see here, let's make a new sandbox level. This is how you guys are going to be able to create sandbox levels, by the way. So if we go into like the sandbox, map sandbox, there's something called a map sandbox.sbox level, which of course stands for sandbox. It's just a JSON file. Sandest of boxes, and then the description, which can be anything. Well, which just goes down here. It's this thing here. Then you have a thumbnail texture, which can be empty, and then you have a bin level path, which should not be empty because this is the actual level that you will be loading when you actually start here, right? So, if you create a new one of these guys, let's have a look. Let's do map sandbox 2. We shouldn't even really have to start the game. The second sandbox. Second sandbox description is just like the second sandbox is a lie because there's no second sandbox. Take the thumbnail away, it will give us a fallback texture instead. Bin level path. We should probably have an actual bin level there because the game will crash if we actually click, accidentally click start. Right, so now here we have the second sandbox. Second sandbox is alive. Period. So this thing is highly sort of dynamic in that sense. It loads these things in. And let's see if I'm gonna open up my UI workspace here and go to the sandbox level. So if we enable the debug shapes here, because here we actually only have 3 widgets here. Well, actually, technically these things are widgets as well. These like the this sandbox text here and this background and everything. Even this video here playing in the background is a widget, but it's not actually part of this view. So yeah, this thing called the level carousel, this just has all kinds of crazy input handling, but I think we should probably be able to just detect if the mouse is pressed on top of these boxes here. So let's have a look. Where's the code for that? It's a sandbox. Oh, that's not the right one. That's the, yeah. I'm gonna take these debug things away for now. I'm gonna go here and go to sandbox level carousel. Here we go. So if we want the mouse click to be able to switch those as well, I think there was one function here called like move to next, select next level and select previous level, and mouse pressed obviously is mouse pressed is called when this thing actually gets mouse input, so that's nice. And then we have this update mouse over buttons, which probably like is updating these two guys. Yeah, here we go. It's actually right here. So we currently only have two buttons, left and right. That would be like this one. You can see a little bit of a color change there when we hover the mouse over it. And then this is the right one. So we'd have to have like, you know, 4 more essentially, right? And I'm basically just doing this, yeah, left button rect, right button rect. So I'm thinking that we might have thumbnail shapes. Yes, we do. What? They're kind of wonky. Yeah, these shapes are kind of wonky because they're not actually rectangles. They are like these kind of skewed rectangles, like all these like parallelograms or whatever they're called. Yeah. So we don't just have a rectangle, unfortunately, but I think we might actually be creating, yeah, thumbnail paint rects. Yes, this is actually probably what we want to use. Where's this? This is probably the rendering. Yeah, render callback. This is where we actually render these things. So thumbnail paint rects is a list of 5 rectangles. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The center one is the selected one, and we can see it actually creates like five ones directly from this thumbnail shape, except like the first one, which is this one, and the last one, which is this one, they're sort of cut off half like this. So the rectangle would actually be sort of over here, and then we're telling the renderer to render that thumbnail texture like in this place, right? So we can see here if we, you know, here we have, for example, we have the same thumbnail rendered here as we have over here with these rings. You can see the ring there. So on this side we can see like the left side of the image, and here we can see the right side of the image, and that's because like these rectangles are actually like laid out something like this, and then over here it's like it goes all the way to about there, and then we're just, you know, cutting out that piece of the thumbnail. So there's a little bit of messing here with this one. So we don't actually want this. Actually, maybe we do. Maybe we want the rectangles, yeah. Because if we click this with the mouse, this one here, we probably only want this part of the thumbnail to switch to that, right? We don't want, like, if we click within this area, probably don't want to actually, you know, move to it. I think we're gonna do... This was completely unplanned, by the way, this sandbox menu work thing. So, if we want to be real fancy, maybe we could have it so that these guys would like light up when you hover your mouse over them, stuff like that, just like these buttons actually do. I don't think I'm gonna want to do that now. I'm just gonna want to make it so that if you click one of these guys, they will be the selected one. Right. So let's do that. Let's figure that out and then move on to other things that I actually sort of had planned for this stream. If you can imagine, I actually had work planned. I'm gonna go get a little bit of water though, so that I can continue yapping. I'll be right back. Okay, water acquired. So let's try to use these thumbnails and just like almost like hack these things in. Not really hacking, but almost. So we want to have currently we just have a left button press, not that actually, but mouse over left button, mouse over right button booleans. It's kind of stupid actually that these guys are booleans because they can't be active at the same time, right? So let's actually turn this into an enum just right out of the gate. So let's put the mouse hover or something enum here. This is where I have my declarations, and then I have my members below this. Here's another enum, so let's put it here. Pubconst mouse hover state, which is an enum. Oh. Enum, and the base state is none. It's not really hovering over anything in particular. Then it can hover over the left button and the right button, and then it can hover over any of those 5 thumbnails. And I think I've just labeled them like thumbnail 0 through 4. So I'm just gonna do that as well here. 1, 2, 3, and 4, like so. And then we're gonna actually want to have one of these guys as a member. So mouse hover state. Mouse hover state, and by default it's set to none. And then we're gonna have to actually, yeah, that's init, okay? Just take those away, bye-bye, and we're gonna do none. And here, right, so here is now where we should probably use a switch self mouse hover state. And this is where, you know, it would be really nice if ZLS could help us a little bit, but it can't. So we're just gonna do this by hand. Thumbnail 0. And this would be 1, 2, 3, and 4. And of course some of these will not actually do anything. Just clicking on thumbnail 2, which is the center one, that won't do anything. But here we have select previous level, That would be left button. It's also going to be what happens if we click on thumbnail 1, right? So the next level would be thumbnail 3 and then right button. And then we can remove those guys. And so right here we can do if on X and on Y, then self.mouse hover state is left button. And if we do the same thing with this one, but with right button, then this should already bring back the logic we had previously. Right, we have some more of this stuff here. That was left button. You can see some of this is just kind of like not the most elegant code ever. It's kind of indicative of my mental state when I was writing this. Because it's just been so much lately. Mouse over left button. Oh right, that's not button. It's supposed to be mouse hover state. Here we go. I'm getting into the proper sort of AAA mindset now of just like getting stuff done. Not really, not really necessarily paying all that attention to like how beautiful is this code. More like just like let's just do it. Let's just do it. Okay, here. Okay, that's something that now kind of broke a little bit, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. The reason it broke is, of course, because we broke it. Right. Broke it. What we need to do here is we need to reset this to self dot mouse hover state is dot none here, and then we can do these things, and then we can actually like here to do check for other rectangles. I swear to God, I get like a lot worse at typing when I'm streaming. Something to do with this microphone being kind of like slightly in the way. It's not even really in front of me right now, but it's kind of like slightly in the way. Anyway, just messes with my brain. So yeah, now we can see that now it actually does get properly reset. Toggle the VSync off. For a bit we get like the immediate feedback that we want to see. Yep, okay, that's good. So, as for those other rectangles, well, we want to check. I think this rectangle class or rect class is actually just completely local to this file. Yes, it's right here. So we'll probably just want to have, you know, a function there that checks if we are on the rectangle or not. Yeah. So basically like this logic. Just make a new one here and do like fn. And if the rectangle contains rect and or maybe that can be a const pointer or whatever, and then we'll have a point p which is of type vec2, and then it returns bool, right? So that's not how you make a const pointer, that's how you make a const pointer. Thank you very much. So self.mousex, this is supposed to be p.x. And this is supposed to be p.y. p.y. Right, and here we just have x, and Alright, actually it's self.x, yeah. Self.x, and this is just self all the way. And then we return on x and on y. Whoops, not in, but on y. There we go. That should be that. And so now, if we go to on mouse clicked, which was somewhere here we go. Well, first of all, update mouse over buttons. So we have the, what's it called? If self thumbnail paint rects contains. Right, we have this as two separate floats, do we? Yeah, okay. Well, okay. Okay. Mouse X. Self mouse Y. Something like this. Then we do self mouse hover state is thumbnail 0. This would ideally be done in like a loop, because these are in an array. And then we should somehow get this enum here by the index, but I'm not even gonna worry about that. So let's just do back to init self mouse X self mouse Y, like so, and then we can just get rid of all of that and use P there instead. And then we can basically just copy paste this guy. No one knows. No one saw us do this. Oh. There we go. No one saw us do this. Right, and then we want to... Oh, we actually already have that there, so maybe this would actually work. Thumbnail 2 and... Well, actually 1 and 3. So if we have all of the sandbox thumbnails here, we have 0, 1, 2, 3. So we now click 0. Look at that. Now it jumps to that. Ain't that cool? That's pretty cool. Clicking these guys don't do anything yet. So maybe we should do that as well. So essentially we want to jump 2 levels back or 2 levels forward, right? So we could essentially call this twice, but we don't want to play the sound twice. That would not be good. Could use the mouse wheel. I think I actually already have. Don't I have like? Yeah, like I mentioned previously, like the input for this control, this so-called sandbox level carousel, is just completely bonkers. Like this guy doesn't handle input in any way according to what the input system expects. So this thing with like capturing mouse input directly is not something that I typically do for my UI. And so here you can see how it actually works. This is on a higher level than the actual carousel. This is in the sandbox menu UI view model. So on Goofy event is like a callback that gets fired when stuff happens in the UI system. So Goofy is the name of my UI system, by the way, if you're wondering why it's called Goofy event. So it's an event triggered by the Goofy system, and events. Well, here you have the current events that we support. And actually, these mouse moved things were just added for this very thing. So then we can actually we can do this kind of custom UI input handling stuff. You can see here, mouse wheel moved is one of those things that you can actually listen to. It's just part of this else now here, but we could actually do that as well, and just, you know, go one step forward or one step back if we wanted to do that, right? I think actually it is probably as easy as doing mouse wheel moved. I don't know if I'm gonna keep this, to be honest. Amount is the parameter, if I remember correctly, and so we could do carousel. All right, we could do like if amount is larger than 0, that means that we're going upwards. That would mean probably like select next level, right? Else select previous level, something like that. I think that might actually already work if we wanted to have it that way. Let's find out. Goofy UI, yeah. There's a story behind it, which I will tell you in a bit. Look at this, and we have the mouse wheel doing the thing. Of course, this is not really necessarily very useful when we have like three sandbox levels. Yeah, you can do it anywhere now in this menu, because like I said, even though these the focus is on these two guys, we just kind of bypass the focus completely and do that sort of thing. So yeah, I'm gonna comment this out for now, but it's not very difficult to do. Yeah, Goofy UI comes from the fact that, like, you know how UIs. How do I make this larger? Like this. There we go. How UIs are like, you know, GUI, so GUI, like that. And then when I was thinking, like, okay, what should I call my UI system? I was thinking about like GUI, so I was thinking, okay, maybe it could be called like GUI, like that, you know, something that's made out of goo, or has a GUI consistence. And then of course it turned out that that there's like 30 different UI systems called GUI like this. And when I googled it, Google was like, did you mean Goofy? And I was like, yeah, sure, I meant Goofy. And then I named the project Goofy, and I moved on with my life. But that's why it's called Goofy, because I couldn't figure out a better name. Right. So here and here we now want to do that double whammy. That's why we want to do the double whammy. How do we want to do the double whammy? I mean, I could just modify this guy. Self button press time is also something that is like, we really kind of don't want to actually, this is like a presentation sort of thing. So what we're gonna do here is this. We're gonna take these two. I'm gonna take these two and we're gonna move them to my internal section here, which actually already has started. It's right here. So we can see, like, above this line everything is pub, and below it it's not pub. So we're gonna take these two guys. I'm gonna move them below the pub. Maybe a boolean arg, something that like should play sound which defaults to true. Yeah, that's my knee-jerk reaction as well. Except Zig doesn't have default arguments. So if you want to have something like that, you need to kind of like wrap it in like a struct, right? And then you take the struct, and the struct has default arguments, and then you need to like, you know, call it something like, you know, select next level, and then you give it, you know, like a play, or it would be like play sound true or something like that. That sort of thing you can do, and the standard library uses that in some places, but I don't really like that way of doing it. I typically just like create another function that like just doesn't have that thing. So this would now be called internal, and it handles just this thing of actually like moving the focus, right? Or maybe we'll leave, you know, we'll leave this comment here, take that stuff out. And now here in these guys, instead of doing that, I'm just gonna do self select next level internal, and then we have all the rest. We have all the presentation stuff. So this is actually controlling that that highlight. Again, one of these things that just like, you know, I would not do this normally, but this control here, this widget is such a crazy custom thing, and doesn't follow any freaking conventions that I have for myself. So now this should just do this, and then it plays the sound. So here we can do, you know, where's the here we go. Here is the thing. So if we want to go back 2 times, we can just do select previous level internal, and then we do select previous level. Double previous. And this, no, not that one. That one. This would be a double next, right? And of course, if this layout changes so that we have like, you know, we don't have 5 of these, we have something like 7, then of course this thing just needs to change. But you know, I don't have the energy or the time to actually make like a nicely data-driven system for this now. Something that I'm probably not going to need anyway. Right, so now if we switch to this sandbox level, look at that, it just jumps directly to it. Or if we click here or here, it just jumps back to that one. Oh, yeah, you can click twice now. No, that's fine. Yeah, if you click this thing, nothing happens. You know, that's what this thing here is essentially. But yeah, that's fine. So if we load kings and castles, yep, it just works. Yay! Okay. Well, that was a little usability thing, which just, you know, it's good to do these things because let's actually remove that one bogus level that I added. So just remove that. Bye bye. Oh, it's actually still there. Yeah, it's there until I restart the game, because my resource system like specifically keeps orphaned things in memory so that the game doesn't crash if you accidentally remove a file that it needs until you restart the game. Then it flushes all of those deleted files. But yeah, like I said, this is when you make something like this and then you try it out and you realize, oh, I'm like intuitively just clicking here all the time when I should be clicking here on these buttons. Then it's probably best to just make it so that you can click these things. We could make it so that if you click this thing here, it actually starts the thing. But I think that's maybe a little risky. You could like could accidentally click it quite easily. Could make temp copies on the drive. Yeah, that's essentially what it does. Like I don't feed any resources to the game as actual like files. It's all coming through my virtual file system. So you know you can even serve files to the game as the game is running on a different machine, for example. Which is super handy because like I can test the game on the Steam Deck, for example. And then I can just serve the files on my machine, so I can like make shader changes changes to a shader on my machine, just recompile that, and it will just automatically update on the Steam Deck, that sort of thing. So there's actually a fair bit of like, oh, almost made it. There's a fair bit of abstraction there. Love this flying car. Well, you're in luck because you can actually play with this car today, right now, if you want to. It's not quite this finished. It doesn't have a sound, for example, because we made the sound in the previous stream. But if you go to the Madrigal Games Discord server, which you can see here, and then you go to the announcement channel. First of all, you can download the pre-alpha 2, which is a pretty old build, right? It's from the 7th of July, so a lot of stuff has happened since. But you can download it here. It's not available on Steam yet. The Steam stuff has come later, so you just download the installer from here, and then you go here to the very next post, and here is step-by-step instructions for how to actually install this mod, and then you can fly with the car. And it just completely breaks the campaign. The mission there, the demo mission, is very simple to do if you have this flying car, right? So if we go into the campaign, I don't even know what these are. They're probably just the demo mission, but let's get rid of them anyway. So this thing is essentially the same mission that you will be playing. It's just an older build of the game. And you know, if you want to, you can just spawn a flying car for yourself here. Bloop. Now the script will actually, in a second, it will actually flip the car to the other one, because this is a scripted mission after all. There we go, boom. But you know, you can just drive over there and switch back to that car if you want to. And not give a damn about what they're saying. And I think you should be able to actually play through this mission with this car as well. You can't radio this car, I think, even though this is now one of your vehicles. You can't actually. Oh, we should put on the desync. There we go. A little bit of a more stable frame rate here. One of the things that you should do, like one of the objectives here in this mission is to get into this base, and if you have this flying car, then you can obviously just fly into the base. Oh, that was not elegant of me. Fly into those trees. Yeah, definitely do this sort of thing. I'm assuming you work or worked in game dev. Well, one might argue this is my work right now. But yes, I've worked. I worked in game dev for something like 16, 17 years. As a programmer. And so everything that's not programming related is like self-thought stuff. You know, modeling, for example. All of the stuff that you see here is essentially modeled by me. I don't really use any assets from like asset packs. That does not include things like sounds and things like that. I have no idea how to even begin creating, but like the art is just self-created stuff, and it's completely self-thought, so it's perhaps not the greatest. Bloop. Right, so now we should be able to radio. Yeah, we can radio the scout. And the scout is of course all the way over there. That's the original scout that we came in on. Bleep. Move here. But we can't actually radio the flying scout, because that scout is like the the mission script has no idea about that scout, because we just spawned it in ourselves, right? So we can't ask it to come to us, for example. That's something that I might want to like just have some sort of backup for. That like if you haven't listed this guy as like being contactable over the radio, then it would just do it automatically and would be called, well, essentially this name, which is spawned _F1 IW. Like the end is like a unique auto-generated or random generated name. But there we can see the other scout coming in. Hello. Hello, Diego. How's it going? And of course, you know, by design, I made this mod so that you can't actually, you know, turn in the air. You can only apply thrust downwards. So if we now want to turn, we're gonna have to land and gather speed in the other direction. I leave it up to you guys to modify this mod so that you can actually like turn those jet engines if you want to. That would actually not be very tricky to do. This is the most AAA-like indie engine I've seen today. It's insanely well done. Thank you very much for the kind words. Yeah, don't let the appearance fool you. For example, there's a reason why I don't have any animated skinned characters running around, for example, because my skeleton animation system is very much like half-baked. And so most of my, or essentially like all of my, animated things are just sort of hand-created things that I have some like custom articulations for. So things like this gripper truck here, for example, has this gripper arm here in the front, which can do things like this, but it's basically all kind of made for this very vehicle. It's not like a generic animation system that I just plug into everything and then it works. For this flying car, I see an open world shmup. There wasn't a game like that made, I believe. It would be insane. Yeah. I don't know how I don't know how long you've been following me and what kind of stuff you've actually seen me do, but this game actually started up as a game that had combat in it, vehicular combat, and it kind of I kind of rebooted it a little bit at some point because I realized that if I keep going down this path, I will never ship anything, because making a vehicular game that has combat and like intelligent AI. Imagine the vehicles in Halo, for example, which is a big inspiration for this game. The vehicles in Halo, how they take cover behind obstacles, things like that. Creating an AI that knows how to do that is like a lot of work. It's basically like a full-time job for someone. And so I already have quite a lot on my plate just to make sure that these guys can drive around without there being any sort of shooting or danger to them. You know, the fact that you can, for example, you can order the mother vehicle over there. If I can stop this thing, it just keeps bouncing around all the time. You know, I can just order that guy to, like, hey, move here, for example, and they know how to do that, and they know how to, you know, avoid obstacles and, well, at least a little bit. Guys kind of driving on rocks there now. But most of the time they are pretty good at getting around the place. And that's sort of a core thing here in the game that they should actually be able to do that. Let's see what it does now. Does it try to just drive over those rocks? It probably will. Let's see how the new wheel model handles this. Ah, in between them. It looks very, very intelligent, but I think it was just like kind of just locked out that it managed to fit there in between those things. But you know, if I now ask it to come here, it will have to make some sort of reverse turn, and it will have to watch out for that pipeline there, which it is about to drive into. And it's a little bit careful there with its reverse turns. I think it's mostly because it was sitting in sort of a pit. There we go. This sort of thing, and just making the AI actually, you know, good enough so that the vehicular combat is really nice and solid. That's like a full-time job for someone. So I realized that, okay, I'm gonna scale down the project a little bit. I'm gonna not do combat at this right now, but maybe in the future. And of course, this game is supposed to be very, very moddable. That's why you guys actually will get access to like a significant portion of the Zig code, so that you can write your own objects and vehicles and even AI in theory. And that way you could definitely make this into some sort of shoot 'em up. I've also thought about maybe creating a mod that would, you know, have you know, add weapons. You could add weapons to these guys. The thing though with that is that if we do that, it will have to be, well, first of all, I want to put it into a mod so it's kind of like very clear to everyone that it's not part of the core game, because there's that whole AI issue. I don't know how much time I will have to actually spend on that sort of thing, and it's not supposed to be a core gameplay mechanic because I don't have the AI right now, at least, to support that. But that's why I figured I could maybe put it into a mod, and then at the same time it would be open source. So if you guys would want to experiment with that, you can do it. It's very interesting. Also could be an RTS. Maybe you're overthinking the AI. Yeah, maybe. I write C. I never use Zig. You should try out Zig. It's really nice, especially if you like C, right? Is the engine reusable for other games, or did you build it specifically for Traction Point? You should check out the video after this stream that I made called 15 Years with a Self-Made Game Engine, in which I show off a bunch of different games that I made with this. So yeah, it's like over 15 years old now. Let's see if we can find the thing. Yep, here we go. So this thing, 15 years with the Self-Made Game Engine. No. So I start off showing off some Traction Point stuff. You can see this was 9 months ago. So there's some slight improvements to some things from actually there's like a whole shitload of improvements. some immediately obvious improvements. I don't know why this is like... What is this? Come on. Give me some better quality stuff here. Here's the very first game that I made with this engine, which is also a vehicular game. So this was supposed to be like a multiplayer tank shooter, which never really got very far. And there's some other stuff. Here's just some like space stuff. Here's like a fluid simulation, which was supposed to be a twin stick shooter. And here's one thing that is kind of cool. I think this is the only game that runs on this engine that has animated characters so far. And it's like a sneaking game. You're supposed to get out of this well, one single room here, and you have these like vision cones and everything. You can actually download this. There's a download link here somewhere. There we go. And some other stuff as well. So yeah, it can be used for different things. It's not created for Traction Point. Specifically not created for Traction Point. I will say though that the Zig interface is created for Traction. It's not created specifically for Traction Point, but I have created it to be able to create Traction Point in Zig. So the engine is C++. And the Traction Point code is Zig. So I've created like an interface between those two, so that I can write this game in Zig because I like Zig a lot. Let's see. I love C. Okay, yeah. Okay. I think you should try out Zig specifically because you love C, not because you don't like C. Because Zig is basically just like a more modern C in many ways. Let's see if I can find the... Yeah, here's Flying Scout. This is the code for the mod, which adds the Flying Scout. So you can see here we have, what is this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 Zig files, one of which is like a few lines, and 2 of which are like the build script, so you don't really have to, necessarily make any changes to these guys. There's like a main file, which is, 56 lines, so you don't really have to make any changes to this either. And then there's one sort of barrel file here if you want to take this and just make it more impressive by adding those, like, add more features to the mod essentially. But the way this works is that you have a Scout jetpack component. This is essentially the only thing that we add to the vehicle, right? Scout jetpack component functions. Some of these are like these kind of like semi-magical functions. I mean, you can figure all of this out by just looking at the engine layer, which you can see here, basis. This part will be also not open sourced, but source available, so you guys can actually use this to create your mods. And some of these functions are things that like get called if you have them. Kind of like, if you have an update function in your Unity mono behavior, that update function will get called by Unity. So on object created, there's a destroy, there's an update, there's a pre-tick, and that's it. So tick is like the fixed update rate, and update is the variable update rate. So here in pre-tick is where we apply the thrust, right, from the engines. Apply main thrust, self physics actor, add force, this sort of thing. So yeah, it's a little more compared to C. Zig is maybe a little more object oriented in the sense that like Zig's standard library and like idiomatic Zig is not object oriented at all. But since my game engine is object oriented, the APIs that I expose out of it tend to be a little bit more object oriented than maybe some people are used to, if they're used to looking at Zig code. I don't do any like crazy like multiple inheritance or anything like that, and of course Zig doesn't have any inheritance. So it's not really like an object-oriented language. But still, we have like a component which has some members. So, you know, we have a left thruster flame and a right thruster flame. We have some sound effects, this sort of thing. And then you also have the logic that, you know, works on that data. So, so it's super nice. And I'm trying to make it like as easy as possible to actually to mod this game. To build it, you just write Zig build, and it will build it. And depending on, you know, what kind of thing you want to actually build, do you want to build a WebAssembly module, which this is, so that all the mods are sandboxed, or do you want to build the mod into an actual DLL, like native code? The game supports both. It can run mods in WebAssembly form, or it can run them in just native code form. It's essentially exactly the same. You can just go here and set build as WASM to true or false, and then you get your WebAssembly module. And it's super easy. You just essentially need Zig. You need, well, the right version of Zig. Zig is of course not stable yet, so every now and then they you know, change something that may or may not break code. It doesn't happen all that much anymore, but it used to happen previously. And so you need essentially Zig, and you need my SDK, which is essentially like all of these other things that we have here. These things, which I will just make available to you guys, and then you can just build things. It's as easy as that. And then you load it into the game here, and you click enable here. Now it says disable because this is of course enabled. We can see here that this guy is now actually a WASM module, WebAssembly module, sandboxed. But if you want to, you can click here, allow unsandboxed mods. Set this to true, and then you can actually just you can build mods into native code as well, with using the exact same APIs and everything. And that actually even allows you to debug your DLLs, which is super handy. Mods. So you just attach any old debugger to your project and put a breakpoint in it, and it should be super easy to do that as well. Boink. I'm using C++ and Core CLR to host C# for my scripting right now, but doing a fair bit of research into different ways of building an engine. Yeah, that doesn't sound bad at all, of course. Like, my game engine is C++, and most of my tools are C#. They're not even like the .NET Core C#. They're like the old standard, what is it called? .NET Framework C#. Mostly because I'm using some like third-party components, some really old third-party components for some of the UI things. I'm kind of like stuck a little bit on the framework stuff right now. But yeah, C# is awesome, and it's probably awesome for game dev as well. I haven't really ever. Well, I have actually worked on a Unity project some time ago professionally, but it never shipped. But yeah, I haven't really worked a whole lot with C# on like a game for actual game dev. But it's probably pretty nice for doing gameplay scripting as well, I imagine. They fly now, yeah. It's a mod. It's a mod that you can download for the game and add a jetpack to your Scout, which just is pretty fun. Then of course I also have a scripting language. Now, I don't really consider, you know, Zig to be scripting in the sense that this is actually like native code that makes up the binary. Of the program itself. but there is actual scripting as well, right? So what do we look at? What do we look at? Plane and car. Plane and car. Right. So this is a simple test mission that or level that I was using actually. You know, I'm gonna see nightmares about this thing, about this setup here. You know, if you meet me when I'm 75 and you show me an image of this, I'm probably gonna die of a heart attack or something, because this is what I've been looking at for the past week and like just banging my head against the wall, like what the hell is going on? Why is my why is my wheels going through the wall? So I'm getting, you know, mild PTSD just from looking at this at this thing, but that's neither here nor there. We have actual scripts here as well. This is Angel script. It's an embeddable, vaguely C++-like language, which has been a part of the Basis game engine for a very long time, much longer than Zig, and it's not super easy to get to work with Zig, but I've made it work with Zig as well, because with enough elbow grease you can get anything done. But this thing is like you can create a script here. Let's just create a new script. And here you have a bunch of hooks. Just the basic script doesn't have that many. It has something that's called when it's created, when it's destroyed, when you load a layer into the game. So all of these green things here are layers. You can, for example, load this PTSD object here into the game. It doesn't get loaded automatically. And then you have like on tick, so when the fixed update runs, if you really want to do something every frame, right? But for example, we can have an on message here, and I happen to know that like a message that gets sent is game started. Yep, started, like this, and then you can do things with that. You can, for example, set the single player avatar to be one of the cars or whatever. You can create new game objects. You can create timers. You can destroy yourself, and we can do print debug info. Killing myself, right? Killing myself, and then you can do destroy self. So now when the game actually starts, we just run this now. We don't need to save. You see like the message killing myself, and now the object has actually destroyed itself, so there's no script 2 here anymore when that happens. Stuff like that. This is what I consider, you know, scripts. So basically like logic that you put into data in one form or another. And here, for example, this wheel bug thing here, wheel bug, it loads a layer called wheel bug, which is this horrible thing here. Here's wheel bug. And when the layer has loaded, specifically with the name wheel bug, then we set the single player avatar to be the gripper truck, which is this guy here. So, you know, if we run this now, anything that has this dev, what is this called? Attribute, I think. Anything with a dev attribute here is a function. So this wheel bug function here, that you can run here from run script. So it's run wheel bug. You can see that, okay, now we created these objects and we set ourselves to be this guy. And look at this. I know this doesn't tell you anything, but like, pay attention to how the car no longer like just dives headlong into the wall and just explodes. This has been my week. Hey Seb, welcome back. Welcome back. Let's see, I have a lot of comments here. Is your modding support something that's part of the core engine, or is that something that you build in the Traction Point game? It's kind of both. It has been implemented during Traction Point, during the development of Traction Point, but it's not really you know, only for Traction Point. It can be essentially used for anything. But then of course Traction Point which is called means, by the way. The project name for Traction Point is means. And so here we can see all of the different projects that we have going. Here's means, that's the actual game. Then we have basis, which is the game engine. Trampoline, which is the launcher. It's kind of like the Unity launcher for a Unity game, like the exe file, which is, you know, in theory supposed to be the same for any game that you make with basis, which is, or like if you use basis to make a Zig game, because the Zig code actually gets compiled into a DLL, like the game is actually a DLL, so you need an exe to kick off the whole thing, and that's the trampoline thing. Goofy, as we discussed, that's the GUI system. Timbre is the sound engine. Nemo is like a fact database. Merlin is particle systems. Then we have a vehicle helper library, game helper library. Fuzz is a fuzzy logic library. And and then this is just Zig standard library. So we actually have quite a few of these modules here. And like I mentioned, means is like the game itself, but then we have means lib, means library, which doesn't contain a whole lot yet, but I'm moving things over to means lib all the time. And the idea is that like if you make a mod, then you can read things from means library. So means library has things like the different characters that are in the game and the different world locations. This is actually not even up to date. I need to fix that. You have UI constants. You have you have helpers like the sound transform calculator, which we actually use in the mod now to calculate the transform for the jet engine sound, right? That sort of thing. The input IDs. You know, if you want to hook into the free camera, then you can do it from a mod. So this will be essentially like source available to you for this means lib library, and that means that like the modding is in a way, the way you do modding for Traction Point will be tied to Traction Point, because you will be using, you know, things found in this means lib to actually, you know, do things. If that makes sense. That's what my current scene looks like. So I haven't done any level stuff yet. So kind of feel you on that. Should probably get something small done, at least sponsor or something. Yeah. I don't think I've ever loaded sponsor into anything. I mean, I do get it. It's a pretty good level from like a rendering perspective, because you can you know, you can use it to work on your AO, and you can use it to work on things like transparent light through those drapes that are hanging there, and there's some plants that have alpha cutouts and all kinds of different things. But like my game dev is so like focused on other things besides rendering most of the time that I've never really felt the need to use sponsor for anything. I think it's a kind of a boring thing to actually, if you want to make a game, then just, you know, start putting together some basic levels. That would be my suggestion. Yeah, I use the test levels just mainly for, like, you know, fixing bugs, testing out new things. It's pretty nice if you can make it in such a way that you can easily get back to what you were doing. So if you're like I was fixing that wheel bug that I spoke about. So if we go to, let's go VS Code. It's right here. And here we have, you can see actually some commented out commands that I have. What I have, for example, I can immediately boot into a level without going through any of the main menu things or anything like that. So if we have that plane and car level, I think it's called, copy that guy, and then we do play level, test levels, plane and car, and then we run the game. So now we are inside of that plane and car, and it is literally a plane and a car. Oh, it's actually doesn't even have a car currently, because I took that out for the testing of that thing. But then you can just run the script wheel bug. right? And you get here, where we were. So the wheel bug command is just something that I can very quickly run to get back to here. So if I make some changes to the code and I want to immediately see, you know, what I want to, you know, I want to immediately get to the place where I can test that out. I can just run the game, and then I can come into my my console here and press up, so I get to my history. And you can see that I run server, run dev script, wheel bug, and just press enter, and now I'm back here. I think this sort of thing is super important if you want to actually make an engine that you can seriously build a game with, so that you don't need to, you know, come into the level and then, you know, okay, I'm gonna need a debug sphere, and I'm gonna need a crate, and then let's put in a scout there, and then I need to switch to that scout, and then I, you know, need to position it like this, and blah blah blah. Nah, just, you know, put a script, make a script that does all of that, and then you can run it quickly. So I have some other scripts here as well. There's a drivable block, and then there's a non-drivable block. And so then my test here was, this was also related to the whole wheel business. You should be able to drive on this one block here, burp, drive up onto this guy, but you can't actually get onto this other guy. You can see the game, and it's just blocked, and this sort of thing. Super important if you actually want to ship a game, because you're gonna be doing things like this all the time, where you're just like, you're trying to find out. Here's the non-drivable block. You really can't drive on it. Yeah, you're gonna do things like this all the time, where you're just like hunting for a bug or something, and you're gonna want to make some small code changes, and then you want to get back into the action. Of course, it's even better if you can hot update your code. But even then, you quite often just wanna test something in a very specific way, and then the fact that you load that thing and, you know, test, it kind of like breaks your test, so then you're gonna have to restart the test, and, you know, all of that. So yeah, snapshotting is definitely a good thing. Yeah, absolutely. If you have that capability, then that's just good for all kinds of things. You can use it for saving the game, and you know, if you're as crazy as the Tomorrow Corporation guys, you can use it to like give entire snapshots to other developers on your team and go like, hey, look, it crashed here. Check out my snapshot. Yeah, this sort of thing you can do with the Scout. The Scout, which has the raycast, the kind of less precise raycast wheel model. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier. The fact that you can just like very easily drive on things like this. It doesn't really care that there's some like gaps and things here. It kind of just snaps on top of those things. But then if you put down a gripper truck, it becomes much trickier, because this guy now uses the new, more precise wheel model, right? You can still typically do it, but it's like this now. This now kind of looks like and feels like this would actually feel in real life. And so this is already kind of challenging. I don't think I can necessarily get up there. Working on a record replay system right now. Hey, nice. Yeah, absolutely. Not to level Tomorrow Corp though. Yeah, no one does. I don't think anyone has those guys beat. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, let's see if we can find the thing. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. My name is...
Hello. Tomorrow Corporation tech demo. Yeah, you should watch this thing. It's absolutely insane what these guys can do when it comes to game development tools. do check that out. Right, what are you working on today? That's a good question. I just said that, like, well, today's Friday. I've been working all week, like absolutely insane hours. So I figured I would just do like a laid-back, chill game dev stream today. Can you post it? Oh, right, yeah, okay, sorry, yes, I can. I'll put it in the chat. Because I'm nice like that. Let's see if I can... Where's my history?
And if I...
Right, I just apparently take the timestamp out of it.
Hello, everybody. My name is...
There you go. Yeah, go watch that after the stream. Or right now, and then you can come back and and say... Some people get super depressed by that video because they're just like, I kind of hate my own tools now. And some people are just like inspired by it. I just think it's super, super nice. I just added HMR for Lua. HMR, what is an HMR? I was mainly focused on rendering sides of things, slowly getting more and more into the let's do something useful kind of thing. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good thing to have. HMR, what is HMR? I keep thinking about HMD, like head-mounted display, but that's probably not it. Oh, hot module reload. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Zig has actually been talking about doing something like that for years now, and you know, because Traction Point is kind of laid out how it is laid out, I think I should be pretty set for leveraging that kind of thing, even if Zig's own hot module reloading doesn't come online. You can see some Zig versions that I've had here. See, can I find the thing that I'm looking for? It's probably here. Is it not? Here we go. Here's Traction Point. So this is the layout of the project. If you download pre-alpha 2, which you can do right now, nudge nudge, wink wink, go to Discord and you can download this version. We can see here's Traction Point exe. This is the trampoline that I spoke about. This is essentially like, you know, my build script just as the last thing it does. It renames this thing from trampoline.exe to Traction Point.exe, but it's like the launcher for any Zig-based game essentially. The Zig code is here, means game, DLL. This is the actual game. So this is the stuff that I would like to hot reload if I, you know, wanted to hot reload something. And so I should be able to like unload and reload that thing and make it work essentially with the entire game, because my entire game is, you know, in a DLL. Then we have the game engine, which is here. Jesus, that's almost 10 megs. It's probably even larger now. But yeah, so I've been thinking about doing hot code reloading myself, just the old-fashioned way by unloading and then reloading the DLL. Of course, that may break some things if you make changes to your, you know, structs, your structures, data layout changes. You can't just you know, reuse the memory necessarily that you had previously. But there's some ways to get around that as well. But yeah, it's hot code reloading is very useful indeed. And if you just want something that works out of the box, you can always go with Live++, which is this thing. which I think this requires you to work in Visual Studio, and I think it requires you to work with C++ or C. But this is just magic. This is just absolute magic. It's really, really good. Yeah. Yeah, I work at one of these companies, by the way. I'm not gonna say which. I was just looking for the logo there. Where's the logo? Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, when I'm not doing my own stuff, I'm doing code over there, and we use Live PHP, Live++. It's just magic. If you have game state serialization, you can save load across hot reload. Yes, that is one way to do it. It can get hairy though. It can get hairy with, especially if you have state that sort of like, you know, partially depends on third-party libraries, things like that, which tends to come into play when you use a lot of, like, okay, as an example, you know, you use physics like I do, and physics has a bunch of callbacks that you feed it. So as an example, something I've been working on for the past few days more than I care for is this contact modification thing here. And so this thing is like they want you to derive from a physx px contact modify callback and then override this on contact modify with your own code, essentially. And then you pass this to the actual scene. I think the scene is probably here somewhere. Here we go. Here we'll contact modify callbacks, one of those guys. Then you just pass like an address to that. And sometimes like stuff like this can become kind of complicated because, you know, you have an object somewhere that you pass as a callback to physics, and then that thing has a callback which calls some of your other code and then eventually goes back into physics and that sort of thing. And, you know, untangling these chains of like pointers going in and out through third-party code can just get kind of hairy. Ideally, you keep these things kind of separate in such a way that you only need to serialize and deserialize certain parts of the code and not other parts. Like, for example, I could very easily draw the line between, you know, the C++ code and then the Zig code, and go like, okay, right, I'm gonna serialize and deserialize my Zig code because that's where, you know, most of the like heavily iterated on code is anyway. So this is the sort of stuff that I'm gonna want to actually like hot reload. And then like you just don't hot reload the physics stuff that has all of those pointers. But yeah, I've worked on systems like this in the past, and sometimes you reach a point where you're like, oh, there's like no way I can sensibly serialize or deserialize this. But yeah, it can be done, definitely. Yes. And essentially, like what we're talking about here is like a kind of, you know, game saving and loading, right? Even if it meant that like when you you saved your game to some sort of like automatic hot reload save slot, and then you just reloaded that save slot when you know the new code is there. Something like that could even work. But of course, it's nicer if you can just like immediately see the results. That is nicer. And I do have some hot reloadable stuff already, actually. You know, because my resources are all hot reloadable. It doesn't mean that the game always knows what to do with hot reloadable things. But if we have, you know, Scout, this is the vehicle definition for the Scout. So if we drive with the Scout, let's just load into the demo level here without any mission running. so that we can have the scout driving here. Bloops. Here we go. And here's a scout. And even when this guy is actually driving, you know, we can just go and left front wheel, you know, just offset that, you know, some more. And bloops, here's our car now. It looks kind of silly. But you can see it didn't actually even stop. The car was just like recreated completely on the fly. We can undo that and go back to the game, and there's maybe a 100 millisecond pause or something. So you can already do quite a lot with this, depending on what you are actually working on and, you know, how your data is laid out. From physics's perspective, the entire like vehicle controller and everything is completely recreated there, because there's no way to actually change those settings once the vehicle controller is created. You just need to recreate the whole thing, unless you know, hack it yourself. But yeah, that's one thing to do. Like I highly recommend, like, you know, having it so that your resource system can hot reload data. But there's some things that like you can't really like sensibly hot reload. Trying to you know, come up with something now. For example, I have some state machines that are like loaded from data files that define how the connection state between the client and the server behave, things like that, and like you really can't hot reload that. So the resource system tells the game engine, hey, this thing reloaded, and the game just like ignores it, because some things just don't make sense to hot reload. Coolio. Would Live++ work with your stack? For example, with Zig. I haven't tried it with Zig, but I have tried it with, I think there might even be some, do we have some live PP stuff here? May have removed that. I had a license for this at some point. Oh, that's Keep Alive. Keep Alive ++. Must live ++. Okay, I was thinking, like, I don't remember writing any of this, but it's not actually my code. One of them is in SoLoud, which is the audio library that I use, and the other one is in Recast, or Detour, actually. So that's why I don't recognize any of them. I did have Live++ working with bases, and of course, like, remember that nothing forces you to write. Well, okay, I should say me. Nothing forces me to write Zig with bases. Here's the previous incarnation of the project, which takes a little bit of time to start, because we don't have the cache warmed up. You can see here all the conversions that it goes through and figures out if any of the data has changed. Here's the previous incarnation of the game, which I actually, in this very stream, I mentioned previously that I had a version of this which has actual combat in it. We can still play that game. I've kept it working because it does things in a slightly different way, but it's pretty good to have working. You can see like some slight similarities to how, you know, what this looks like compared to Traction Point. But this is entirely C++. This is entirely C++. It's running on the same engine, and if I make some big changes to the game, to the engine, so that I need to make some changes to Traction Point to make this continue working, I need to actually make those changes here as well, of course. But I've figured, at least so far, that's kind of worth it. So this is actually what Traction Point looked like maybe 3-4 years ago. It's not entirely the same tech stack. I use like Fmod for audio in this game, for example, things like that. But this is all C++. It's the same engine. Actually, like both Traction Point and Project Slide, they build into the same folder, so it uses like literally the same DLL for the engine. And Live++ works, of course, with this really well. This is the game that I actually used Live++ with. So here we have actual like weapons and stuff. If I can remember how to actually. Yeah, here we go. And we even have some really stupid AI drivers. So some of these enemies that we're gonna encounter here. Oh, if you wonder what these people are here, they're so-called scale mannequins, by the way. They're there for scale to help me model this level, but for some reason they're here in the runtime as well. Yeah, some of these enemies that we're gonna see here are actually like patrolling this area, and so they drive along like you can see one over there, for example. They drive along like a predefined patrolling path. And what is kind of annoying and also sometimes funny is that like they may be driving along their patrolling path, and then when they see you, they just kind of like switch to a completely different mode. Like this guy is now gonna spot us because I know he's gonna drive past here. And when they do that, like look at that, now we just like, yeah, just like, oh, well, actually shot a grenade at us, like didn't really hit us. But they go like switch to a completely different mode, which just meant that guy just got like stuck there now. So yeah, you're kind of stupid, aren't you? Let's put him out of his misery. Like boom. And here's a railgun which is crazy OP, but you can't actually like aim it, so you need to like line up your shots. Boom. The audio is maybe a little loud. Yeah, master volume, there we go. Master volume 0.5 maybe. Let's make it even lower. Yeah, there we go. So, you know, this is what I meant when I said previously that like I realized that okay, making like an AI that would actually be able to take cover behind obstacles, that sort of thing, is super tricky. You see that these guys, they kind of know how to do a little bit of fighting. I've just added a lot of health to this guy here, to this vehicle, so that we don't actually die immediately. They can put up a little bit of a fight, but they're not super smart. And here's one guy that always drives into a ditch, so he deserves to die. Boom. Yeah, we're failing some nav mesh queries here. Stuff like this. Yeah, anyway, this is all running on C++. There's no Zig here at all. I didn't know about Zig when I made this. And in fact, I was kind of wondering what to do about this project, because like this is the only level that I really made for it. And I didn't really know what to do, because it turned out to be way more work than I had anticipated to just make this very game. So I basically took what I had here in the form of like this vehicle simulation, and I exposed like most of the APIs from the game engine to Zig, and then made the game more puzzle oriented, and that is essentially Traction Point. So here you can see, for example, that guy he tried to make like a reverse turn, but it takes a little bit of time for that vehicle to actually come to a stop. And while they were doing that, I could just shoot them, because like they're sitting ducks essentially, right? So that sort of thing. But yeah, anyway, this is running on the same same engine. There was a question earlier about like what can the engine run. This is running on the same engine. Of course it looks very much like Traction Point in the sense that, you know, it is a vehicular game. And some of the code in here I actually just ported to Zig almost verbatim when I was, you know, trying out Zig, and I was like, wait, this is a really cool language. I can do basically the same things I can in C++. It's just shorter. The code is shorter. You could host a game jam where people try to make a game with this level as a base. Yeah, I could. I mean, yeah, sure. I think they would be kind of annoyed at how difficult some things are to do. Gotta go. No problem. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Well, yeah, this is essentially a scripted mission. There's some pretty cool things in here. Things that I've then completely rewritten for Traction Point, like the AI system, for example, is completely rewritten in Traction Point. For this one, I used behavior trees. Behavior trees to control the AI, and I realized later on that I actually kind of hate behavior trees. I don't like them at all. And and so Traction Point, I went back to state machines. But that guy that you see there driving behind me, which, you know, he's not scripted. He's only scripted to follow me, so I can follow me and protect me essentially. So if I drive here somewhere, the poor guy has no chance, has no option but to actually try to stay with me. And you can see that he does it kind of okay. He does get a little bit too eager and then just, you know, drives into walls and things. But I'm kind of proud of the fact that, you know, there's no cheating here at all. The AI really just like applies, you know, acceleration and braking and turns the steering wheel and drives the vehicles that way. Which is the same way that the Traction Point AI drives, by the way, and the Traction Point AI drives much better than this. But this is kind of fun. And so they're scripted to just stay close to me, and at some point, let's see if we can. Yeah, I can stay behind. At some point, when we drive here, there's going to be another scripted encounter with an AI that appears, and then our friend will drive past us. Right, there he goes, and kill that enemy. Oh, we're stuck on a rock here or something. There we go. There we go. Now our friend killed the other guy, and I actually, like, fun fact, I had to make him invincible, or immortal, whatever the term is. He doesn't take any god mode, essentially. He doesn't take any damage, because he would quite often lose the fight, and then that would be bad. I think for those guys to avoid hidden rocks and sort of voids-like system could work. Well, depends very much on what kind of encounters you set up. A voids-like system works really well if you have like lots of things that you want to kind of like, you know, have move in a similar way. But that's really not the kind of encounters I had you know, planned to have in this game. Where's our friend? Oh, there he goes. Hello. This is set in the same universe as Traction Point, by the way. There's even the same characters in this. There's like Rowan and Diego in this, which you get to meet if you play the demo for Traction Point today. Where is he now? Where did you go? Oh, there he is. Hello. Oh, poor thing. Poor thing. He's stuck behind the dropship. Oh, he's actually probably stuck on that tree. There we go. Good work. Yeah, you can see some of the level geometry here is a little tricky for the AI to actually cope with. He does reasonably well. And he means well. Okay, people, this stream has been an interesting stream because I've done actually very little work, but it's been a very pleasant time discussing with you. I wonder if we should actually do a little bit of work. Like, what about that crazy idea? Where did it get stuck now then? Where are you? Where did you go? Oh, there he is. Oh, I think his nav mesh query failed. Yeah, that's one thing that I just did so much work in Traction Point to make sure that doesn't happen. Yeah, and, oh, okay, I can't even drive this now because all of these systems are so much worse in this game than in Traction Point. I can turn the camera, but I can't actually drive the vehicle. I can probably shoot. Yeah, I can shoot. But like technically, the AI is controlling the steering of the vehicle, and the AI has decided that I don't have a nav mesh path, so I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna sit here and be grumpy. We can detach the wheels. Burp. Burp. Ah, how'd you like that? Yeah, so I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and I'm gonna do a little bit of work. You're welcome to hang around if you wanna see a little bit. I think I'm gonna do a little bit of work on the HUD. So that'll be great. Well, that'll be sorely needed. We have some things in the HUD here in Traction Point that are just very lacking. Stop bullying the poor AI. Yeah. It's Diego. Diego typically drives the scouts. Oh, we don't have any. Yeah, like if you radio this guy and this scout in the campaign, Diego is always the guy who answers. I actually wrote a blog post about this on the Steam page store as a piece of news about like certain characters always being sort of like in a specific vehicle and how that might lead to some silly things sometimes. But yeah, Diego is the guy who drives those scouts. But now we're not in the campaign, so I don't have any radio contacts within range. Catch you later. Have a great day. You too. Thanks for stopping by. Welcome some other time. Coolio. Yeah, I'm gonna go have a quick toilet break, and then I will be back, and we're gonna keep going for at least a little while. We'll see how long I actually have time to stream today. We've been going for almost 2.5 hours, but that's fine. Gonna do a little bit of hard work. So let's do that after my pee break. Alrighty then. We are back. Let's get rid of the visual there. So I was gonna close some of this. Some of these things, some of these are like deep inside of physics actually. We don't want to be there. Let's close that as well. Let's make sure I load the correct plugins here. I think I do. Yep. That is good. Okay, excellent. Actually, did I change back? Yes, I changed back the startup project. Traction point. That's nice. Okay. So we're gonna go for a bit longer. Depending on how this goes, I might actually have to take a quick break at some point and make some food for my kids. But I think well, let's see. I might just like stop the stream at that point, or I might just, you know, take that break and then continue. I don't exactly know, but let's get started, and that will probably determine how long I feel like doing this today. So what we are gonna look at is something that I took a quick stab at previously today, but I haven't properly designed it, nor have I, of course, implemented it at all. What I'm talking about is the fact that, you know, when you have these different modes of the vehicles, you have like the truck bed here, you can raise it, you can lower it, you can open it and close it, and you can reset it. Same thing with the gripper arm here, all of this stuff. You don't really get any sort of input prompts, input hints, or anything. What the actual buttons are, and that's a bit annoying, because like even though I've actually assigned these buttons, I don't even remember all the time like, okay, which button does what. In fact, I kind of rarely do remember that. So I think we're gonna add that today. We're gonna start at least working on that today, and let's run a little bit of a development script here. Open main gate, because we can do that. There are certain HUD input prompts already in the game, and those would be like the contextual prompts that appear when you are close to something in the world. So, you know, here, for example, is the monorail, and you can see this glowing area here, which is an interaction zone. So if we enter the interaction zone, you can see here, press E. Well, since I use the mouse, it says press E. If I switch to gamepad, it says press X to call the monorail. And if we add another vehicle here, let's add a scout. If we get close enough to the scout, it also says press Y to switch vehicle, and we can switch between these two guys. So that's fine, and we can see that it kind of reacts to whatever input method you have going. But it doesn't show the like vehicle's own functionality and the input prompts for that. And that's kind of like context sensitive. So, you know, if you're driving this vehicle like this, you have, of course, like the reversing, accelerating, and steering, which I don't think we necessarily need to list anywhere. I think that's sort of things that like the player should just know. But all the secondary things that you can do, for example, you can attempt to grab something just by pressing down on the left thumbstick like that, and it tries to grab whatever is in front of it. Which, of course, it couldn't find anything, but we can do it here if we just. The camera is a little fiddly here inside the house. I can try to grab that now. I couldn't manage it. See grab one of these? No, I can't. They're kind of in a tricky position, aren't they? Anyway, you're gonna get my point. And now we managed to grab one. Now we can load it into the back. Bloop, like that. So that's something that we should list here. And I was thinking that this corner, this top left corner is probably a pretty good place for that sort of thing, because it's not really used for anything currently. All the interaction texts, they kind of appear here in the middle. And of course, it is highly context sensitive as well. So depending on what kind of role you are in, what kind of mode you are in. Now that we're controlling the truck bed, you would see the truck input prompts there. When I go to driver, you would again probably just see this quick action grab thing. Because I don't think the driving controls should be there. I think they should be kind of self-explanatory. And I started doing a little bit of a mock-up of that. So here's my idea. We would have this sort of faint sort of gradient thing, which is essentially just like one corner of, you know, some sort of rectangle with the corner cut off. Kind of slightly similar, kind of mirroring this design a little bit, but it's actually like fading away towards the center here, because you don't really know how long these texts will be, so I'm just gonna leave it open like that, and then maybe have a few different versions of this thing. So if you have just like one input, maybe it looks like that instead, and then maybe, you know, when you have 2 or 3, it looks like that, and then if you have 4 or more, it just becomes the tall version. A few different versions of that. And if you don't have any inputs, then this whole thing just goes away. It's just bloop, go away. If you don't have any special things at all, which I don't know. I don't know if you kind of ever have that case going on. You might, at least in like developer mode. If you just delete your vehicle like this, yeah, you shouldn't see anything there. This was funny when this fell out of the thing. So I think that's a pretty nice design. That should, you know, that means that we can just add and remove things to this as they get kind of activated and deactivated in gameplay code. So that's a pretty good thing to do. So I had a very sort of simple little note here for myself. HUD input helper text have an open-ended background graphic. Open-ended just means that like it just continues in these directions. Open closed. Press the select button to toggle the states. I actually kind of don't think I want that anymore. That was an idea that it would sort of like fold up like this, so you wouldn't have to look at those. I don't think we're gonna do that. So I'm just gonna, I don't know, invalidate this somehow. Hey Matt, welcome back. New tire model looked good on Discord. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Yeah, as soon as I've ironed out all the bugs. Yeah, I'm gonna delete that stuff. Yeah, I've talked about the tire model on the stream for quite some time, but yeah, it has some pretty bad bugs in it. One of which I fixed today. So I think it's gonna be worth it, or I think it is already worth all the job that I put into it. But yeah, right. So anyway, background graphic, upper end of the corner. That's this thing. I'm gonna add that. Each help text has input icon button glyph showing what to press. Automatically update match the input mode. So like these things would switch to be like keyboard keys, essentially. Some of these might actually even just like merge into two, or merge into one and then split into two based on on the input mode. So that's going to be a fun thing to solve. Let gameplay code add remove input text as needed. Yeah, I was thinking here that we would have some sort of like, you know, collection, gripper arm fingers or something like that, and that would like show, you know, both of these guys, because the gripper arm fingers come with a set of inputs, and then you could kind of like group them together, and then maybe you should be able to like do like raw text, so that like, for example, mods could just write whatever they want here. I don't know. And then, yeah, the entire HUD control, so this guy will only be, or actually this guy will only be visible if you actually have an avatar. Something like this. Basically what we've already talked about. Let's add a to-do list for ourselves here. So, you know, start by, add a new control to the HUD view model, right? So we have something that we can actually draw here, and then we can maybe make sure that it is hidden when you get rid of the vehicle. That sort of thing. It should essentially be shown and hidden when this gauge here is shown and hidden, except the fact that like you can have a vehicle that just doesn't have any input texts at all. But yeah, that's not really, that's like an implementation detail. Right, so new control, and the new control can just like, you know, draw like a, I don't know, a red square or something like this. I think we're gonna be doing the drawing mostly from code in this case. Some of these things that we will definitely just export out of Affinity Design, like the background. But then we're gonna draw those images from code. I'm not gonna add them like as static images to the HUD view. I don't think that's gonna really be, you know, any easier. But yeah, anyway, let's maybe add a few different sized, alright, let's add a few different background images. So one for small for a single row. So if you just have, you know, this raised gripper arm thing here, these other ones are gone, then it would be something like this. And then one which is medium, which would be probably 3, maybe 4. Yeah, let's do 4. Medium is like 4 rows. And then one which is the large one, which is like, I don't know, more than 4 rows. Of course, all of this is subject to change, so we don't need to be super specific about it, but that's kind of the idea. And I don't want to just scale this guy, because then we will, well, Affinity Design doesn't do it here, it keeps these like nice and 45 degree. But like if we just scale an image in the HUD at runtime, then this thing will also be scaled, so it would just look bad. Of course, we want this 45 degree thing to you know, kind of mimic all these other 45 degrees we have here as well. The same sort of style. That would be the second thing to do, and then the third thing to do is just, you know, draw a hard-coded list of items, just some like some bogus text here. Make sure that the control works even with, I don't know, how many should we, what should be like the maximum? Something like 8 maybe? What do we have here? confused about my hierarchy. Where's this guy? For some reason it's under switch vehicle, which it should not be. Yeah, let's drag it up to controls. There we go. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Now everything we have here. Yeah, now it's more clear. So now if we take those and then we duplicate them just kind of by eye. Figure, okay, that would be like 8. That would be 8 rows. Hopefully all of the functionality will fit within 8 rows. I mean, we can probably have a couple more. Maybe we can say that like that, you know, 10 rows or something is not like a theoretical maximum, but like a realistic maximum, even with 10 rows or something like that. And then make sure the input symbols work. So the input symbols are then these guys. And there's a system actually for querying the image or glyph. Actually, it's not a glyph, because glyph would suggest that it's like part of the font. These are actually images. There's a system for querying the images based on like the input ID thing. But I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of hairy details there to figure out to be able to draw this nicely. But yeah, I think that's 4, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 is probably a pretty good sort of like realistic maximum for what we want to actually show there. This is just a mock-up. I'm not sure these guys are exactly in this place, but if they are, they should probably be moved like this so that we have like a nice row of symbols there. Because these are kind of like the contextual inputs that happen, you know, based on where you are in the world, while these things that are up here are kind of contextual inputs that, you know, depend on what vehicle you have in the mode you are in. But yeah, I think this is probably gonna be pretty nice. And then, you know, the Germans will have input text that are like this long, like the Germans always have, and that is gonna be on top of everything. And then we're gonna have to shorten those localized text somehow. I know all the Germans in the chat are angry with me. But that's how it tends to be in my in my experience. I was just about to say, or I just said. That you are now angry with me. Yeah. I have quite a few German fans. You know I love you, but your texts are way too long. If you need something translated for Germans, let me know though. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm actually Swedish speaking myself, so Swedish and German are kind of semi-close, related languages. In fact, you can play a somewhat large portion of the game already in Swedish, just because, you know, I don't really speak. Let's see, it's game options. Yeah, text language. You can put the game in Swedish. Not everything is translated. I'm doing this mostly just because, like, I don't really know any of the FX languages, you know, Francais or Italian or Deutsch or Espanol. So just to make sure that my localization works, I put Swedish there as well. I could put Finnish as well if you guys wanted to play it in Finnish, because I do speak Finnish. But yeah, it was like a running gag at one of the companies that I worked at. That like when we were making like phone games, Java games, back in the day, and like the German translations were like 3 times as long as every other language. And it broke all of our layout. It was a lot of work. But yeah, I mean no offense. Of course. Okay. So we have a plan. Let's get started by adding the component there, and the way we do that, I think. Let's see, yeah, we have only that one open. Let's go to means UI, and we go to the HUD view, burp, over here, and if we enable the widget bounds, first of all, we can make sure that we don't have any other widgets. We should probably actually just boot into a level here, so let's do that. Let's boot into one of the smaller ones. Yeah, crane development probably works pretty well. Has a bunch of vehicles in it already. Whoop, so you can see we immediately get assigned a vehicle and everything, and we can actually see here that this corner here is the only thing that doesn't really have anything. I think there's some widgets up here in the corner that are kind of like probably sitting at 0, 0, and they might have some very small size. Those are the kind of things that, you know, might move around later in the game. Actually, let's do a quick test here, because I think I had here. This might break. I don't remember. I used to have test mission. Yeah, there we go. And so there is there's an indicator which, yeah, there we go. Okay, so HUD objective marker. Yeah, I think that's one of those things that are kind of sitting up there in the corner, not doing anything until you actually activate it, and then it just starts moving around. And you can see some things here are like on top of each other. We have drive gauge canvas. We also have the avatar selection screen, which is this other thing, this menu that pops up. The Scout doesn't have anything except the driver. Driver role though, but they're still like on top of each other here. But anyway, we don't have anything here, which is of course good. Some of these things kind of like stay inside of their bounds, like this radio menu is kind of nicely sitting here within this, but we don't actually need to stay within the bounds. The bounds are just like a guide, which you can use if you want to. And then you can just draw anywhere on the screen, regardless of where your bounds are. That's kind of by design. Okay, excellent. So, I'm gonna call this something like HUD. HUD interaction prompt was there. That was one of them. Interaction prompt list is here. Right, so maybe we call this input prompt list, and we put it up towards the top. I could actually probably have done this just without shutting down the game. There we go. Okay, now we have 2 of them called that, so that's not good. That's not what we want. Let's call this what did I do? Pretty sure I renamed something, but apparently I didn't. I just messed up. So input prompt list. There we go. Right, this thing breaks apparently when you do a hot update. Not all of these controls here on the HUD are handle the hot updating very well. You can see that now it says press F to switch vehicle or press Y to switch vehicle here, as it should. Previously it didn't. But okay, that's good. This needs to be larger though, so now when we hot update, I bet this text actually goes away because there's some reload business there that I don't handle properly. I'm just gonna drag this off to the screen so we can see the size of this guy. So I think the X coordinate here is probably correct. It needs to be on the same level as this guy though here. If we want it to be, if we want it to look like here in the mock-up, where we have this mission objective screen here. We want this to be on the same height as that. And what is the mission objective screen called? It's called mission guidance canvas. And it's up there. Upright. Okay, so 0.07 is what it should be, like so. Now it jumps up there. Now we should be on the same vertical line, and we are good. Yeah, maybe even a bit larger. So we have space for those 10 lines there. And like I said, it doesn't need to be like, it doesn't do any sort of clipping to that. It's more like a guide than anything else. Yeah, 0.4 is probably pretty good. I think that's kind of realistically the size we're gonna need for that guy. So let's keep it like that. HUD input prompt list. Okay, good stuff. And what we actually created here, if we go back to the view script, this is the thing that I added. So we're creating a canvas. We have mostly canvases here, but we also have some other things. We have some labels. I think these are all probably hidden. Work in progress is actually not hidden. So this, you can just create a label and it says work in progress here. So we can just, create another one here. And we're on YouTube, so we're gonna have to do like and subscribe, smiley face, and then we make it 255, and we make it, I don't know, yellow, and then we put it in the middle of the screen. So you can do things like this, where you just add stuff to your view as just a label, and then you can move the label around with code or hide and show with whatever. But what the canvases do is they're just sort of like a hook into the script, and then the canvas lets you draw whatever it is you want to draw from code, like a radio menu like this. This is all drawn from code. It's just there to let you sort of visually adjust the size and everything. So this is now called HUD input prompt list. We're gonna have to remember that. Let's actually search for HUD interaction prompt list, which was this other thing. We should find this in the code somewhere. Oh, not that Visual Studio, the other one, the one with the Zig. And here we go. So we have something called HUD interaction prompt list, which is a sort of a wrapper around. And what we do here is we get a canvas out of it. Oh, I think I actually have a better function for that now. Get widget, get and assert widget is what we can use. So here we're getting an optional canvas pointer. That question mark makes it optional. Optional canvas pointer out of the HUD view, and then we assert that that is actually a thing. But what we can do is we can just do get and assert, and that gives us not an optional. So now the question mark went away, and we can take that away from there, like so. And in fact, I think we can just, we don't need to assign it to a temporary anymore because of this very thing. can just do it right there. So we're getting a pointer to the canvas. The canvas can then be used to set a render callback, which is called render here. I'm just getting confused here because I don't need to do that anymore because Zig has actually, as a language, has evolved since I wrote this thing. So we can just do .init, and we can do render, and then the render is a function that is here in the same file, and this render function then draws the thing. So interaction prompt list, this is gonna do a lot of the same stuff we are actually doing. In fact, I bet we're gonna just copy paste this guy and use it for a lot of the stuff, because this guy is actually this guy, and you can see it's actually basically the same thing. It has some sort of symbol, and then it has a text, and it's a list of things. So it is essentially exactly the same thing we're gonna want for those inputs. We're just gonna want more of them. They're gonna be a bit more contextual. And we're gonna have a background. But other than that, this is fine. Let's add a new Zig file here called HUD input prompt list Zig, like so. And what do we have here? Yeah, I think we're gonna probably want all of that stuff. I'm gonna for sure, we're gonna want this part. Shadow blur amount. Yeah, why not? UI constant is probably good. NVG is good. We don't need any of those. Text inlines we do need though. And we don't need that either. Which means we don't need that. We're gonna need something else in its stead. A text inline collection is essentially exactly what we want here, because the text inline collection is well, it's a collection of text inline objects. An object can be either a text, a piece of text, or one of those images. So like this. So you can do like press image to do thing. The text inline collection kind of handles that, and it can make it easier to render, something that is like partially text, partially images, which is exactly what we want. And we can see here that per interaction type data, so this would be one of these texts. Each one of them has a text inline collection, and then has a localization key, and it has a string, and it has a visible boolean. I bet we're going to want to have something very similar to this actually here in our input prompt thingy. No, what? I'm confused by which file is highlighted there. So this would be something like input prompt, I guess, something like that. Yep, inlines, localization key, something like that. I don't know exactly. Let's comment it out for now, but that's a pretty good starting point, I think. And then maybe we even have a list like this. Oh yeah, here we have interaction types. We only have two of them: interaction area and switch vehicle. So they're literally just these two. We don't have a fixed type though, so we're not gonna have an array like this. What we are gonna have for sure is an init function, which takes an allocator. So stdmem allocator. And also the HUD view, exactly like this essentially. So let's just copy paste those two as well. Copy paste as much as possible. It's okay when it's your own code you're copy pasting. Right. Yeah, we don't have a render function yet, so that's why it's complaining. That's fine. And the name is not HUD interaction prompt list. It is HUD input prompt list. Right. Right. Then we're gonna want to have HR. There we go. And we're gonna want to have a render function. And yeah, so this thing just renders, like, for each of the interaction types, it goes through and renders this stuff here. That's fine. For now, we're not gonna do that. I think we're gonna basically just do context, get pixel pos from UI pos, and then pixel size. So we can do pixel pos is context get. Oh, actually, we get the pixel position already, so we don't need to do anything other than just to make sure that this thing is actually sort of hooked up and it is shown. We do something like right. I don't remember how to do nano VG stuff anymore. We do NVG begin path context. We do NVG maybe just rectangle rect. So that would be again context, and then x is pixel position dot x, y is pixel position dot y, width is pixel size dot x, and height is pixel size dot y. Something like this, and then we do NVG. Let's do maybe stroke. So stroke is just drawing the outline essentially, no filling. So then we need to do an NVG set stroke color, or just stroke color. Context and color is, I don't know, yellow. What about that? So if we hook up this thing, and it draws like a yellow rectangle on in the correct place of the screen, then that should be good. We can set maybe stroke width to something, I don't know, 2. I never remember what this unit actually is. I think this might be actually kind of thick, but we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. Righty-o. Yeah, so the reason I'm doing things like adding this dinit function here, even though it technically doesn't really do anything except set this to false, is the fact that, like, I want the interface to this to look very or be kind of as finished as possible before I actually start on the nitty-gritty details of doing everything. So yeah, here we can see that, like, there's a refresh function which does invalidate the inlines collection. I think that the reason why we do it this way is that, like, if the language changes from English to Swedish, for example, if we set this to font size to 0 here, it forces the inlines to actually update, which gets the new localized text. Right. Inlines. I bet there's some sort of font check somewhere. I can't find it currently. Oh, here we go. Yeah, if font size is not the interaction type font size, then we do build text inline collection. Exactly. Yeah. So just sort of like a not really a hack, but like I piggyback on that font size to cause this to, like, force refresh itself. So that's fine. We're probably going to want that as well for this. So we're just gonna have to actually copy this over and then comment this out. We're gonna want to have some hide and show things, but I don't exactly know what the interface is gonna look like yet. So I think before we go and actually do the hiding and showing of the correct input prompts, I'm just gonna add some sort of hard-coded, printing some sort of hard-coded list, something like this. Just make sure that it actually looks kind of neat and works. You could do it the other way around. You could start by figuring out what the inputs are going to be, and then make it look nice in the end. But I think since we already have it sort of kind of nice looking here already, even though this mockup is not really up to date anymore, I think making it look like this is not going to be like a whole lot of work, but then actually like figuring out the correct way to like control that thing is going to take a whole lot of time. So I choose to do it this way, where I just do the visuals first, and then figure out the rest later. So how do we now then hook this into the HUD itself? I think it's probably here. In-game UI view model. Let's load that file first of all, or import it. So HUD input prompt list is HUD input prompt list, like so. And then we have this interaction prompt list, which we can just like look at what is happening here. So here, for example, HUD input prompt list refresh. And here is where we initialize it, so HUD input prompt init. We give it the client, apparently. What? No, we give it the allocator. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We gave it the allocator here. And then the HUD view. And then we do the deinitialization. And then we have some stuff that we're gonna have to figure out later. So here we have some like message receiving, show interaction prompt, obviously shows it and hides. Hide interaction prompt hides it. Hide vehicle HUD. Yeah, this is a place where we might want to like forcefully hide the thing. So hide vehicle HUD is called, when you no longer have a vehicle or something. For some reason, maybe it's just scripted so that, we play a cutscene all of a sudden or something like that. And we hide the vehicle HUD so that it's no longer visible. And then we want to go in and hide all of those. So, which arguably we should have a separate view for the vehicle HUD. That might be kind of nice. Actually, I don't have that currently. I don't exactly know why, because now this in-game UI view model and the we actually have a HUD view. Yeah. I think the in-game UI view model handles the pause screen as well, which is why this is kind of large, almost 600 lines. But, hide all. Let's just add a hide all there. I'll just put it here. Like so. So now we have it here as well, and I think that is all the cases actually, except those message handlings, which will be different for this new input prompt thingy. Let's make sure that's saved. Now if we go into the game, we should see our yellow rectangle there. And if that is actually the case, then we're ready to just start drawing things. Now, of course, I have this debug view on here, which we can disable with this commenting that out. And here we go. Yay! The yellow thingy. The yellow thingy, which is now just always visible. But importantly, it should be visible if we reload this now. It should be visible together with the HUD. Yes. Good. Excellent. So the next thing then would probably be to create these graphics here. And like I said, we want a few different versions of them actually. And here I have a file which I use to actually like export these assets into the actual game. Like this is a mock-up. Nothing of this is actually going to go into the game itself. But here from HUD work, this is where I actually just export stuff. That's why you can see that we have these slices here for most things. Some of them are turned off, but still. So in here we probably want to actually create this visual. And I wonder if we want to actually have like an image of this. Yeah, I'm just gonna drag that off the screen so I can use it as a model, as a guide essentially. This should be called interaction prompt, because that's what it is here in the code. Not that code, but this code, interaction prompt. And that means that what we are building now is to be called the input prompt. So let's just draw a rectangle here. And this would be input. Actually, we're going to group that. And the group is going to be called input prompt. Like so. And this rectangle is going to be adjusted slightly. I'm just going to do this by eye. It doesn't really matter all that much. I'm going to use the corner tool, which is here. And I want it to be a straight corner. There we go. So that was a bit too much. Like so. Oh, I want actually what I want is that top corner. So let's actually bring this down. Not very good at using this program, if you can't tell. But I make do. Yeah, okay. And then we need to do it again, because again I failed. There we go. That's our one and only visible 45-degree angle sci-fi corner. Right. And then we just bring it up and we make it actually sit on the same level as this guy. Why do I not have any snapping, even though I have snapping on? Don't have any snapping. That's stupid. Yep, that's basically exactly right. Right, so that would be, this is probably like large. Let's call it background large. We can make it even taller if we want to. think this is roughly the size of the thing, but it might actually be a little bit wider. Let's enable this one more time. Actually, we don't need to do that because we're drawing the boundaries there. Let's run the game quickly and see, like, okay, compared to like this menu here, for example, the vehicle control menu, is this thing actually sitting at? Is it wider than that? You know, to the right or not? And basically, yeah, it looks like it is actually quite a lot wider. Now the question is, do we need it to be that much wider? Yeah, I'd say it needs to be. Probably, especially if we have those long texts there. So let's make it wider. Let's make it wider. Hard work, and probably like something like that, maybe. Of course, we can calculate the actual aspect ratio of that widget that we created. So we go to here, and then we go down, and we see size is 25 to 12. Right, 25 to 12. Width is 25. Is actually, no, that's a prompt list. Yeah, okay, I was thinking that can't be right. It's 25 to 4, or 40. 0.25 to. So width is 25 or 0.25, whatever, and height is 0.4. So if we have the width, or do we have the height? I think we have the width. Then we can calculate the height, right? Actually, height divided by width. It's 1.6. It's 1.6 times taller than it is high. And so, what is the width of this? It is 406. Let's just make it something nice and even. 410. Why not? Just make sure this corner shouldn't be affected by that. No, it is not. Good. So 410 times that would be 656. That sounds like quite a lot, but that's probably what it is. 656. Yeah, that's way too. What am I doing? What am I doing wrong here? Oh, that can't be right. Input prompt list has that aspect ratio. It does kind of look like it's the other way around, isn't it? It's the other way around, because the aspect ratio of the screen is, of course, yeah. So exactly, yeah. I had it correct the first time around. So it's width divided by height. There we go. So we have that times 410, 256.25. 256. I must be doing something wrong here. Am I not? Like visually, it is almost like a square, but it's actually, like numerically, it's much not wider, but like narrower than it is tall, right? It's almost twice as tall as it is narrow or wide. numerically. Now it doesn't work, it doesn't map directly to this, because here we're not working with normalized coordinates. Here we're working with absolute pixel coordinates. And that means that to calculate this properly, we're gonna have to apply like the aspect ratio of this, which would be 1080p. So 1920 by 1080p, which should be, you know, what is it, 16 by 9, isn't it? Yes, 16 by 9. So actually what we want to have is height divided by width times width divided by height, times 410. Let's calculate it like this: 410, and then times 1.777777. Come on. Last thing we did. So 455. Yeah, there we go. 455. Yeah, that looks correct. I think this guy is not exact. It's not in the same place as it is here on the screen, and that's why it looks a little wonky. This is closer to like somewhere around there, maybe. Oh yeah, this is now pretty good. We're almost at the halfway point in screen space, and we are in fact doing the same thing there. Yeah, like the aspect ratio here though doesn't look like it looks a little too tall. Does it not? It looks more square here in my opinion. Yeah, higher order mathematics for you. You know, so if we take 86.4 and we take that by 1920, divided by 1920, we get to sit at the x coordinate 0.045. That's actually pretty close to where we are, but we want it to sit at 0.04. So if we take 0.04 times 1920. Okay, man. 4. Right? Yes. 0.04. We want it to be at 76.8. 76.8 pixels. It's over there. Which doesn't match this exactly, but it doesn't matter because these things are not sitting at the exact same place either, right? And then the y coordinate is just 0.5. No, it's this one, up left, yeah, and 0.07. So that would be 0.07 times 1080. That would be 75.6. 75.6 pixels. So now it's positioned correctly. And then we want the size to be 25% of the entire width, right? So 25 times 1920, 480 if we want it to be. Yeah, okay, so that is the problem that we had. 480. There we go. Now it should match. And then let's see if we made the height correct calculation correctly. So the height is 0.4. So 0.4 times 1080. 432. So we didn't do that either. I don't know what I was calculating previously, but it wasn't what we wanted. Okay, so now we have the aspect ratio of this, correct, which is good because then we don't get any stretching when we actually render this in the HUD. Okay, that was way too difficult for for a game programmer like me. But it can be helped. Okay, so this is now the large. This is the large one. And the large one, we want a gradient. I think the gradient that we used here in the mockup is pretty good. We can at least start with this. Now, because of a silly bug in this program, which I have reported to Affinity, but I don't think they're gonna do anything about it because they're doing their weird Affinity Studio thing these days. Anyway, because of a weird bug which causes, when you copy paste a fill, such as a gradient, to another, like copy the style to another element, it actually does some like weird rasterization in the output SVG, which we don't want because my game engine can't deal with that. We only want the gradient, like the mathematical gradient. So we're gonna have to actually just copy this thing by hand, unfortunately. And it doesn't need to be exactly what we want, but the color is basically just all black. And it goes from opacity 31%, I'm gonna actually write that down, a piece of paper. 31% opacity to 0% opacity. And then the gradient goes in this direction, like this. That gives us this nice kind of like corner thing here. And it's about 45 degrees. It's fine, we can replicate that. So the fill is a gradient which goes from 31, probably just type it here, 31% to 0%, and we want the gradient to go from about there to about, oh, what? Yeah, it won't look very good here in this when we just have it on top of a gray background. Should it be like just exactly 45? I don't think this looks like it is exactly 45, but maybe it is. I don't think it is actually. Let's bring this up a little bit, something like that maybe. Yeah, that might work. I don't know whether we could do this, which I'm just now thinking of, is like with a radial gradient, which I also support in the game. Like a radial or radial, or however that's supposed to be said. That could work, but I think we're gonna go with this for now. So, right. Let's see, how do I actually... So I want the image to be essentially like this entire thing. Guides. I want my guides, don't I? I want them on the rulers, because with the rulers I can set up my guides. Here we go. This is what I wanted. So let's snap these to the position like so. So now we have the rulers there, or guides rather, and now we can do a slice that is as close to these rulers as we possibly can. You can see they don't always snap exactly, so I'm gonna just make it slightly larger in the case where we actually can't like otherwise fit the entire thing. That is close enough, because I don't want to cut off this actual image here. That would be annoying. So let's do HUD. What was it called? Input. Maybe like HUD input prompt background large. I can shorten that to just BG. Not have so ridiculously long names here. Something like that, right? So that's the large one. Then we can duplicate that guy. Duplicate, and we make the medium. Something like that. And again, that corner stays nice and 45-degree-ish for us. And we can take the guide and drag it up. That would be our medium one. And it should sit basically on top of the larger one, which it does. Let's call this HUD input prompt BG medium. Alright, something like that. And it doesn't matter, the exact size isn't super important, because like it fades away. Fades away anyway, so sort of by design. And then we make one more, which we call small. Which is supposed to be just large enough for like a single line of text or something. And I can adjust that. I can adjust that size later if need be. So one more, just drag it up there. Yep, there we go. And again, it sits on top of the other ones. HUD input prompt BG small. Alright, and then we want to toggle all of these to be SVG exports, not PNGs. There's SVG. SVG is not what the game is actually going to be shipping with. SVG is the vector format that we export from here into my own exporter, converter, whatever you want to call it, and it produces a sort of bytecode out of that, which we can then use to actually render these in vector form. And why vector form, you ask? Well, because it scales. It's resolution independent. So the UI will look nice and sharp, regardless of resolution, basically. Okay, I'm gonna have to take a quick phone call here, so 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. Okay, so what is going to happen now? Well, first of all, I realized that somehow we've kind of messed this up a little bit, because this thing is no longer actually aligned with that thing. What's that about? It's like a 3 pixel or so difference. That's stupid. Let's... Well, this is why these guides are good. We can just drag them up. And then we can drag these guys up as well. So there we go. So now we need to drag up our slices as well. Yep. Anyway, what is going to happen now is we're going to export these into SVG. I'm going to make sure they look kind of okay in SVG form. And I'm going to probably take a little bit of a break. It is a family business. But I will actually continue the stream later on. So I'll just put up like a paused visual. If you want to hang around and do a bit more game dev later on, you're free to just check in every now and then and see if I'm back. I'm gonna leave the stream running because it shouldn't be very long actually. But there's gonna be a little bit of a pause like that. But before we do that, let's, like I said, let's export these guys and see what we actually get. And of course, SVG files we can just preview them in a browser. So let's do that. Let's see what we have. UI it should be HUD. Here we go. So the large one is really like the only thing I do with Edge. Yeah, always. The only thing I do with Edge is like preview SVG files. So that's the large one. Doesn't look super nice here. We can apply actually a little bit of interleaved gradient noise into this if we want to. So here's the medium one. It just looks basically like wider because Edge just fills the screen with the SVG. And here's the really small one. So okay, the really small one is actually not good. This is problematic. And okay, and now I realize actually what I've done. I've exported them while they were all visible. That's not good. Right, so I should be able to do this if I do large. Just like that. Yep. It is possible that this is not the correct way to do it, but then we'll figure it out. And you could very clearly see there in the small one. Yeah, we can still actually see we have some other things in here as well. Okay, so that's not how you do it. How you do it is you go here and you toggle those off. So if you have just a small one, like this, yes, overwrite, and then we do the small one. Now you can see that now we just have the one that we actually expected there, so that's good. I bet there's a better way to do this, but this works, so let's go with this. We have the medium one, and then finally the large one. So large looks like this. Yeah, that looks better. Even though it doesn't look very good here, but you can see that now the fades look correct at least. Good. Okay. Good. Excellent. Okay. Guides. So just remove all guides. Like so. I do wonder, should this... Actually, if we drag a guide down... How do we do it? Do it from here, right? Yes. Here's the guide. We drag the guide down to this level. Yeah, we can see that we should actually make this corner a bit larger if we want it to match up with this corner of this guy here. So maybe that's something that we want to do. Start with the background large. Like so. And then medium. And then small. There we go, that looks better. Now I think it looks more proportional now somehow. Okay, we're gonna have to do this export business again, unfortunately. Okay, so let's look at that. That looks alright. Medium and then large. Yeah. That looks better. Cool. Yeah, so here we have like all of the different UI things that we draw. They're stored here as SVG files, and then these things are converted into something called bin SVG, binary SVG, which is like my own format for drawing these things, which is more optimized, but not as flexible as the normal SVG, basically. So, something like that. And yeah, I wonder, should I do a little bit more? December DA asks, do you find searching for page fault sources chill? Have you ever had page faults in your game or engine? What was the creepiest error you had ever encountered? You can tell us kids for Halloween. The creepiest error, huh? To answer your question, I don't particularly enjoy page faults, no. If I've had any, yeah, absolutely. Page fault is like one of the more common just memory access errors. I've had plenty of those. What's the creepiest error? That's a good question. Like a creepy error would probably be something like, you know, things happening on their own when you're looking away, something like that, right? Maybe like a network issue where you're like, I mean, this is not something that I'm necessarily experienced, but something like, you know, a character in a game going crazy when you point the camera in some other direction, which, you know, may happen actually, but depending on your network model, it doesn't really happen in a deterministic network model. But if you use a network model that sort of like prioritizes objects and actors based on what is actually in a player's view, some actions actually behave different depending on whether you're looking at them or not. So that might be a creepy bug in there or two. Yeah, can't really think of anything right now. Really creepy. I've had lots of annoying bugs. I've solved 2 annoying bugs this week. Neither of them were page faults. They were both physics issues, and they were things that I just couldn't figure out until I, you know, stepped through the code line by line. One of them was a bug in the PhysX, in the old deprecated, I should say, PhysX vehicle SDK, which I wonder how anyone has ever shipped like a serious vehicle game with this. Maybe no one has. Maybe I'm the first one who attempts it with the old physics vehicle SDK. And another one was just a configuration thing that I didn't realize I had to do, but it just manifested itself in like vehicles driving through walls essentially. So that was annoying. But creepy, yeah, don't really remember having many creepy bugs. But I'm sure there's been one or two. Okay, kids, as you call yourselves, I'm gonna take a break. And I will be back, and this stream will continue running. You're free to hang around. Hopefully you have some other things to do in the background, and I'm just a mildly pleasant background noise while you're doing something else, to quote RPUWL. But I'm gonna go do some family business, and I will be back in probably like half an hour or so. I can't exactly tell when. I remember vehicle physics feeling weird and glitchy in Unity which uses PhysX. Maybe that's why. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna show you here. As a last thing before I go, I'm gonna show you what happens. Because this is kind of ridiculous actually. This is not something that you should run into if you use PhysX today, because you will be, if you just download the latest PhysX version, you get the so-called new vehicle SDK, which is completely different. I don't use that yet, at least, because I have my own sort of hijacked version of the old one, which I've modified quite heavily. But there's a bug in the old one, which is kind of ridiculous. So, you know, first of all, let's go in here and enable my extra debug drawing, and we rebuild the PhysX plugin. Then we go into we're going to, which one do we go into? I have no idea actually. Let's go into Map Sandbox. Yeah, after this I'm gonna take a little bit of a break, but I have time to show you this. Right, so you can't see anything on this vehicle because this vehicle doesn't use the swept wheels, but this one does. So what you see here is like a yellow sphere, and then a white line that goes to a green sphere. And those would be the sweeps. So rather than doing ray casts, you sweep the shapes from the yellow position to the green position. And that is how we determine what is under the wheel. Yeah, you can see them jumping back and forward a little bit. That's just because the debug draw isn't being interpolated. So if we don't run at exactly 60 frames per second, they're going to be jumping back and forth. And so this all looks fine. However, the bug in the vehicle SDK is here. Vehicle wheels for suspension sweeps, which I think is actually used by the NW, so N-wheeled vehicles as well. It's just that it does like 4 in a row, basically. Yeah, here's their original code. It looks like that. Here's my fixed code. So what happens here is that if you move the center of the mass of the vehicle, which you know, anyone that does anything slightly more complicated in the simulation will do. Look at what this look at what this guy is doing. I haven't even touched anything yet. Like check out the check out the sweeps. The whole thing is rotated, and I was like literally tearing my hair out trying to figure out what is happening here, what is going on. I don't understand. And you know, you could consider it a little bit spooky, because like what happened is that like I started messing with like the shape of the chassis. Yeah, there's a little bit of Halloween involved with this as well. Like if we go to vehicle blueprints here, this is how we put together these vehicle objects. Gripper truck. Gripper truck has a bunch of convex hulls. It has basically 2 convex hulls. Make those convex hulls boxes. Actually, it seems to have 3 at least, or 4. Oh, Jesus, many of them. If we make these just boxes, then that actually changes how these. We're gonna have to start the game again, unfortunately here. This actually changes how those. Now you can see now it does completely different things. Just from the way we actually, you know, change the way the Jesus, calm down. Changes the way the chassis is you know is done. And I should add here that we actually made the chassis smaller here. So if we actually show the chassis collisions here, we have some boxes now here that are probably here, yeah, right in the middle, right there. But the boxes aren't. They're not supposed to touch the ground. You can see the wheels are sort of like lower than that. I'm just kind of like showing you the way that I'm kind of losing my mind over this issue. Like what the hell is happening if I change these? Then these these freaking raycasts just like move around. At that point, I even had the Scout use the swept wheels. If I made the Scout use just the box, I have just the box as the. I'm trying to revert this thing here. Revert back to. Yep, that's fine. If I made the Scout use the swept vehicles and have its chassis be a box, then it worked. And the bug turned out to be this. So what they're doing here is that they have something called a center of mass local pose. The center of mass local pose rotates depending on the calculated inertia for the body. This is something that's just sort of like, you know, general knowledge if you've used physics enough. The center of mass local pose rotates because, like, if you have imagine like a stick, then the stick rotates much easier around a certain axis than it does around another axis, right? If you have a hockey stick, it rotates around its length much easier than it rotates around like any other axis, right? That kind of makes sense. And so this guy here, this transform, is just rotating based on the shape of the vehicle. And so they used that to just straight up transform. Well, here actually, they just took the center of mass local pose and transformed the car chassis transform that they then used to pass those sweeps, pass to those sweeps. And if you go and have a look here at the suspension raycast, so this is the version that I've been using for, you know, years and years at this point. Let's look at what it does. I think it is this one. It might be, yeah, here we here. Oh look, it it says the rotation to identity for the center of mass pose. So I just literally copy pasted this thing from the Raycast version into here, and then I wrote a comment here that like, shame on you. So this was doubly confusing to me because the vehicle SDK comes with some snippets that show you how to use it, right? And I was like, at the end I was literally like copy pasting. I was like, okay, the chassis shape changes how those sweeps work. So I was literally copy pasting the chassis shape from that snippet, like line by line into my own code, and went like, why is this not working? Like my car is just bouncing around the place like crazy. Well, like, what is happening? While their snippet just worked. Of course, the difference was that they're not actually shifting the center of mass in their snippet. If they had done that, they would have realized a long time ago that their vehicle SDK is broken. At least you get source access. Yes, yeah, exactly. Jesus Christ, trying to figure this out without source access. It's absolutely horrible. But yeah, that took a while. Like I mentioned in the beginning of the stream, that it's been like an intensive week. I figured this out on Monday, and just like I fixed that and went straight to bed after that. I was just like, oh, I'm so tired. I don't know what to do anymore. And I had a little bit of a similar situation yesterday with some other horrible bugs that, I mean, I can show you that as well. It's not actually a bug, it's a configuration issue, but it was just so freaking difficult to figure out what was going on. Yeah, that's a Halloween bug hunting story for you. Because I looked at the snippet and I was like, I'm doing the exact same thing here. I'm like changing the shape of my chassis to what they are using, and it doesn't work. But if I make it like a unit cube, then it does work. And like, what? Why? So that was spooky. One of the many reasons I won't work with Unity again. Yeah, I've like I mentioned previously, I have used a little bit with. Oh, sorry, I have worked a little bit with Unity. Funnily enough, we did have source access at the time, but that project never shipped. This was, I think, Unity 4 or something. So it was some time ago, like over 10 years ago. I don't know what to believe of the new Unity versions when they are like deprecating renderers and things left and right every now and then. And not having source access would be kind of horrible. Rightio, folks. Okay, like I said, if you wanna hang around and see this yellow rectangle here turn into something else than a yellow rectangle, then do stick around, or maybe go check back in like half an hour or so. I will take a little bit of a break. And I'm trying to find my correct visual here. I don't actually have a dinner visual, but I have a lunch break visual. So let's call it lunch break, even though I had my lunch like 5 hours ago. We're gonna call it lunch. And I'm gonna be back in about half an hour, let's say. Have a good break. Well, thank you. Maybe we'll meet afterwards. And if not, then thank you for hanging out today. Have an excellent rest of your day. Do check out the Discord server. Do check out the game on Steam. Please wishlist the game on Steam. Do all of the YouTube jazz, like, subscribe, press all the buttons. and so on. And if you are here, then I'll see you in about 30 minutes or so. Alrighty then, people, we are back. Let's get the lunch break visual out of the way. Hey, nice to see we have some people left in the stream. Welcome everyone, or welcome back, depending on if you were here for the break or not. A bit of a lunch break. I think I managed it in actually less than 30 minutes. So yay me. Amar says, "Oh, long time no see." It's been a little while, but it hasn't been like super long. It's been like a couple of weeks, I think, right? Since the last. When was the last stream? I don't even exactly remember. October 23rd. Yeah, it's like 2 weeks and 1 day. Yeah, quite many people have said long time no see today, but I think I've had longer breaks previously. But yeah, it's been a little while. Yes, it's been a little while. I've explained multiple times during the stream why. Just I've been crazy busy. Crazy busy with things that aren't super interesting and fun to stream, and I would believe aren't super interesting and fun to watch on stream. So that would be why. But yes, I am back, and I'm hopefully reaching a point now where I actually have more stuff that, you know, I can actually stream sensibly on stream than I have had over the past few weeks. It's been just sort of an endless slog through technical issues and things like that. Let's see. December ADA says, "I had an internship as a Unity dev a couple of years ago. I thought functional programming is go-to, and I poisoned the codebase with monads and functors." Yeah, I can imagine that being slightly annoying if you know, if that is not the approach, the agreed upon approach. But of course, there's nothing wrong with functional programming. But if that's not what was originally decided on, then yeah. Okay, coolio. So for those of you who weren't here during this 4.5 hour stream, we've essentially printed a rectangle onto the screen. We did a little bit of UI programming in the beginning, and just had a lot of good discussions. Let's continue that. That's awesome. I'm just completely wasted from the work. I'm not drunk, but I'm just completely beat from all the work this week. So I'm gonna try to do a little bit more work today, just sort of laid back, non-difficult work on stream. You're welcome to tag along. If you weren't here before the break, what we're actually looking at here is something like this. Essentially like a list of things. So basically, I'm dragging the wrong thing here. Where is it? Where is it? It's here. This thing, this controller prompt thing, which is supposed to be like a context-sensitive list of, you know, functions that your vehicle has in its current state, and in addition to these things, which are sort of like situation context sensitive. So like depending on where you are in the world, you might be able to switch to a cargo track or activate an interaction area. While these things here that we are looking at today, these are sort of like, you know, functions of your current vehicle. Some vehicles have lots of them, some vehicles don't really have any at all. But regardless, we're gonna try to start working on that, because it's something that's been missing from the game and which has caused some confusion because people haven't realized how to do something, how to activate something, and indeed it has been the plan all along to have them. So let's start working on them today. And we exported these SVG images, and I already managed to lose track of the folder. Here we have them. We have the large one, the medium one, and the small one. Oh, that's not the small one. This is the small one. Yes, they look good now. I mean, they don't look good here, but they look how I imagined them looking. So depending on how many of those lines we have here, we are going to want to draw that background there somehow. And I'm wondering how to actually get started with this. I'm wondering if we should actually start by getting that text on the screen. Let's have a look at... Actually, let's drive to one of those vehicles. We have over here. Oh, actually, what's happening with this guy now? Just making sure that... Okay, I'm a little bit paranoid. This vehicle is supposed to have top speed of 120 kilometers per hour. I think I just felt like it didn't have. I'm a little bit paranoid since I've been working on these physics things for a number of days. I haven't broken anything. It looks like I haven't, so that's good. Okay, excellent. So if we drive close to one of these vehicles, we can of course switch to them. And when that happens, we get this: press F to switch vehicle, or Y if you have gamepad controls going. And the way that works in code is... I'm gonna shut that down because I'm gonna want to look at the Zig side. So we can run the game from here instead. Right, so that's this HUD interaction prompt.zig thingy, which we actually looked at briefly earlier. And indeed, we basically took that stuff and copy pasted a bunch of things into this new one, which is the HUD input prompt. But here we just have this yellow rectangle that we're drawing, which is what we see on the screen. So basically, this is the exact same thing. This is a render callback that's hooked up to the canvas, and this runs through all the interaction types, and then renders the interaction type. And interaction type rendering is essentially running through all the inlines, right? Yeah, so we need to, first of all, we need to do like a delayed building of the inline if we haven't actually set the font size correctly. So this build text inline collection function here sets the font size. Yes, that's the first thing it does. And this thing actually checks, is the font size correct? And that is how it kind of determines that, oh, okay, this thing hasn't been built. It's a little bit of a hack, but it works, so whatever. And this thing, what does this thing do? No regex stuff in the Zig standard library yet. I wonder if that is actually true anymore. But yeah, I have a humble handwritten parser for now. So what this actually looks like here, or what this actually does, you can see that it looks for these like double squiggly bracket thingies. The squiggly bracket thingies are essentially like IDs inside of a localization string. So if we have that press F to switch vehicle or press Y to switch vehicle, they are probably found here somewhere. No? Yes? don't I have like a HUD section for this here? Maybe not. Still think it should be switch. Here we go. Okay. There was so many empty lines that I didn't see it. So it says press and then double squiggly bracket vehicle interact secondary squiggly bracket again to switch vehicle. So this is my just completely completely made up syntax for having a piece of text that needs to have some sort of symbol, in that text, if that makes sense. And then whatever that vehicle interact secondary actually points to, or is bound to, that symbol is gonna actually show up. So if we look at vehicle interact secondary, what is that? Well, that is actually an input ID. Isn't that handy? So we have vehicle interact primary, vehicle interact secondary. So primary is also, of course, and you can see that most things here are actually triggered by the primary. Hey Xluxy, welcome back. What did I miss? Nothing much. I basically just did a small recap of what we were doing, and now we're trying to get onwards with our input prompts. So what we can do here, for example, is we can maybe build some handy dandy little strings for us that we can use to actually test things with. So let's quickly run the game again. I'm a little bit like, I don't exactly know how to start this thing, so I'm gonna have to bring you along for a little bit of brainstorming here. So let's say that we have Now that I think of this, I kind of think that I don't necessarily have even glyphs for all, or like icons, symbols for all of this. I'm gonna have to actually make some more symbols for some of these actions, but that's fine. Let's say we have this gravity crane here, right? The gravity crane is a fun little thing that's actually not found in the pre-alpha 2. This is a reasonably new crane. It is a gravity distortion field, so it lifts things up like this, and you can just pick up basically as many dynamic objects as you can get to fit in that field. And then if you want to, you can, for example, drop them into a a truck like this. That was maybe not the most elegant way of doing it. And it can be kind of violent, actually. You can see like the whole mother vehicle just like kind of violently rocking back and forth because of all the combined forces that come from these boxes, like just ramming into that thing. But yeah, this thing is something that, like, when this is active, when we select, gravity crane here from this menu, we want to show all the different input prompts, right? And what do we have here? We have actually, like, we have toggled the gravity field on and off. That would be one thing. Bloops, like this. And then we have basically, we have resetting the crane, which is done by pressing Y. So that's another thing. That's already two things that we can do, and we have actually, like, we have the symbols for those. So that's nice. And then we have actually, like I need a symbol basically for well, I guess it's WASD if you're using the keyboard to move it back and forth like this, and then with gamepad it would be like the left thumbstick, which I don't think I have symbols for, but that's fine. If we don't have symbols, then the system would just show like a question mark or something like that. So we should be able to just input everything basically. And then we have shift and we have control to move it up and down with the keyboard, and we have, what is it even? Is it X? No, it's the triggers. Right, the triggers move it up and down. Okay. Coolio. So yeah, we actually have quite a few. We could maybe use this gravity crane as sort of like a test bed for this entire thing to just get started with something, right? And then we'll figure out if that is actually a good idea or not. Dario Junior 29 asks, "Hi, is OpenGL a good starting point to learn how works a graphics pipeline?" Yeah, it's a pretty good start, I would say. And you should go to a website called learnopengl.com. Here we go. Start here, see how you like it. Speaking as someone who doesn't really know OpenGL all that much, I have worked with OpenGL back in the day. I've even shipped like commercial games running on OpenGL where I have written OpenGL code, but I've never written an OpenGL renderer from beginning to end, so to speak. So I'm not really the best person to ask about OpenGL, but yeah, I think it's probably fine. Luxidev says, honestly, I would go with the DX11. I mean, I agree. DX11 is what I learned with. The problem, and why I say that OpenGL is perhaps something that Dario Junior 29 should consider, is the fact that you have resources like this. DX11 is problematic in the sense that you have so much outdated information these days. I've spoken about this previously in streams, but I read this book. This book is really good. This book teaches you D3, D11, DX11. This is basically what I learned, what I kind of properly learned graphics programming with. It's an excellent book. The problem with this book is that it's almost completely outdated when it comes to actually like using the D3, D11 frameworks, because this uses like DX, what was it called? The FX framework, effects framework or FX framework, which is perfectly functional still, but it's really it was deprecated like 10 years ago already. So it's really old at this point, and almost no one uses it. The math in this book is super good, so that's nice. And the problem is that it's not just books like this that are outdated. You can find old outdated DX11 code in many places on the internet, and you can find some reasonably good, more modern ones as well, but there aren't like a whole lot of modern DX11 tutorials around, because most people have like either moved to like D3D12 or Vulkan or something, and so what you tend to find is like old stuff like this, which is like it's fine, and the math is still very relevant here, but I wouldn't really recommend this book to anyone, as a first thing anymore. LearnOpenGL.com is, as far as I know, and maybe check with someone who has actually gone through this course, but this is the course that tends to be recommended everywhere, and as far as I know, this is sort of like kept up to date in the sense that it's not like a completely outdated stuff that they are actually showing here. Oh, there's actually even a print edition these days. That's fun. That's fun. Isn't OpenGL kind of outdated driver-wise? Not really, no. Unless you're doing like Mac stuff. If you're doing Macs and Apple platforms specifically, then you should just go with Metal. If Mac is your primary platform, then just learn Metal. Metal is fine. It's a perfectly fine API. It works kind of similarly to D3D12 and Vulkan in some senses, and similarly to DX11 in other. It's a perfectly fine API to learn, and if you learn that and you understand it well, then you can take that knowledge and apply it to other APIs. So if you're on Mac, just do Metal. If you're not on Mac, then I would say OpenGL is probably fine. If you have some good resources on DX11 or D3D11, as I like to call it, then sure, absolutely. I'm a D3D boy through and through. Even though I've done like both Vulkan and Metal and WebGPU and all kinds of things, I kind of just tend to like and gravitate towards D3D. So, you know, whatever you want. OpenGL is completely fine. Is it possible to apply meta-programming techniques to it? I don't know what that means. Like meta-programming has very little to do with graphics APIs. I mean, sure, you can do metaprogramming with most programming languages. Doesn't really matter with which graphics API. Seb recommends Sokol. Yeah, I've heard good things about Sokol. I can't really speak towards it or against it. I've heard it's pretty good, so maybe check that out. MPL. I don't know what MPL is either. What is MPL? Maybe it's just my Friday brain. Do you perhaps mean like multi-core rendering, multi-threading stuff? If that is what you mean, then OpenGL isn't very well suited for that, but neither is DX11 actually. But you don't need that. Let's be honest. You don't need that. If you're wondering what I use NVRHI. Some of you have perhaps even found me through my NVRHI videos. If Xluxi Dev is considering moving your DX11 stuff to DX12 or Vulkan, maybe look into this. I talked to someone on the graphics programming Discord the other day about the fact that like neither him nor me, we don't really want to use anything other than NVRHI these days. It's kind of like it's just perfect, the perfect graphics API for us. Which doesn't mean it's necessarily the perfect one for you, but like I'm just like yeah, this is just my graphics API these days, and it targets D3D11, 12, and Vulkan 1.2. So it has my bases covered. There could be some benefit in having a metal backend here as well. But I like this a lot, really a lot. So yeah. Boost.mpl. What is boost.mpl? I mean, I know what boost is, but we have so many libraries now that. Oh. Part of the collection of the Boost libraries provides a general-purpose high-level C++ template metaprogramming framework. Compile time algorithms, sequences, and meta functions. Well, I can say for one thing, I would never ever want to use this C++ template metaprogramming isn't one of my like worst things ever, but that's just me. That's just me saying it. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily bad. It's just like it doesn't gel with me at all. I don't think OpenGL has anything, you know, against this, but it also won't, you know, fit right into this thing. OpenGL as well as Vulkan are essentially C APIs. I know there are C++ wrappers that sit on top of them, which makes some of the, at least like the Vulkan libraries, much more sort of C++ friendly. I haven't used any of those. They might work fine, but like at this point, I just like I wouldn't wish C++ metaprogramming on my worst enemies. I think it's just so freaking backwards. But I do know some people really like it, and it can be very powerful. But it's just like I don't know. Please, no, please, no. My C++, which is like my engine is C++, and my C++ is like if A then B else C. that's my C++ code. As simple as possible. Some of that stuff could probably benefit, like performance-wise, from being compile time for sure. But I just prefer like the Zig way of doing it, like every day of the week. Yeah, give it a go. I mean, class templates, sure. I use class templates. I think I wrote a templated class just the other day when I needed stable pointers for some of the audio stuff. I wrote a list, a templated list that keeps pointers stable even when you add things to the list, that sort of thing. So it's not like I don't know how to use them and I don't see the benefit in them. It's just like I would never go out of my way to choose C++ for metaprogramming these days. You know, there are so much more ergonomic options out there. But hey, try it out and see. See if it works. I can see anyone preferring C++ templates over Zig comp time. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. There are. I know some of these people. They're perfectly fine human beings, other than the fact that they prefer C++ metaprogramming over Zig comp time stuff. Yeah. So they do exist. Absolutely. It's probably just because they haven't done Zig enough, or at all, really. But they look at it and they go, nah, I don't want that. I don't want that simple-looking thing. I want my bend over backwards, you know, five larger than, you know, angle brackets in a row sort of thing, where you're just templating everything on everything. What do you think about C++ modules? I hear them being mentioned everywhere when I'm in a VC. I don't think they're really used seriously by anyone. I might be wrong. I like the idea. To be honest, like, one of the reasons I like writing Zig these days over C++ is the fact that I have proper modules and I don't have to mess around with headers. It's weird. It's you know, I kind of don't mind headers, actually. I kind of don't mind headers at all. I actually like the fact that that you have almost like a table of contents of your class or whatever that you're writing in one file, and you're required to have it in many cases, which is why everyone does it. And then you have your implementation in your CPP file. I don't mind that split at all. I think it's actually kind of neat. You know, sometimes you have like a, what do we have? Like a AI driving component or something like this, right? This is like over 1,000 lines of Zig. And sometimes I'm like, oh, okay, I'd really like to have my header now because I'm trying to find that one function, and then just go like, where's like the drive line? Drive line is okay, it's over there, and I know I have like the the outline or whatever. Outline, isn't it outline? Not timeline, but outline. No, go away. Like this thing, but this is just like not a. This is not a replacement for a proper header, so I don't mind headers at all. I think they're actually kind of elegant. What I do mind is like the C++ compilation, like the compile time unit handling and all of that, which means that if you have a header that is included in a bunch of places and you make a change to it, then it has to recompile everything, whether or not the change in the header actually caused those compilation units to actually have to be recompiled. I don't like that at all. In Zig you can just have, what do we have as a good example? Well, let's do like input.zig here, like a large enum with a bunch of things. Every now and then I have to add or change something here. It doesn't cause my entire game to be recompiled, right? So I don't mind the modules in like a concept level. I don't really think anyone is using them, at least in the games industry, which is a little sad maybe, because like if you have modules and if you use modules, then as far as I know it puts some restrictions on how you can actually use modules together with headers and header libraries. And there can be some conflicts if you have like one piece of third-party code which is a module library which uses another piece of code which is also a module library, and then you use like that third dependency yourself, but you're using it as a header library or through like normal includes. I've heard some horror stories about that, and so I've never worked with them, and I've never worked with any middleware that uses them, right? Everyone just uses headers because that's what works, and so it's kind of like a non-starter to me. Yeah, that's my opinion. It will probably be a nice thing to have, but I don't think it will necessarily ever happen properly for C++. I think the ship has sailed, unfortunately. Came across the craziest VST plugin yesterday. It's a synthesizer effect processor done through physics chips. That's fun, yeah. Yeah, there's a whole like not culture, but like sub scene in synthesizers, where they are trying to emulate these old synthesizers from the 80s and 70s even, by like emulating the old electronics, rather than trying to sort of find the sound that they made. They try to actually emulate the actual hardware in software, and through that they get kind of like more authentic sound, complete with all the like noises and poppings and stuff like that. It's an interesting thing for sure. I had like a plugin. I think it was just a beta or a demo, even like a demo for a guitar amp with like a crazy overdrive mode, which just like reacted just like an actual like Marshall guitar amp, something like that. It was emulated completely in software, and I was driving it from Reaper, and it just had like the whole sort of like a bus that those old amps tend to have. and even some newer ones, of course. It's pretty fun. Sounds just like the real thing, to my ears at least. This is using physics like springs and dampening soft body stuff. Oh, okay. Oh, that could be fun as well, I guess. That reminds me of the. Have you guys seen the Portal 2 as a web server video, which is kind of fun, where they're stacking cubes. You know, the companion cubes from Portal 2. They're using Portal 2 has some sort of like development server built in, which you can actually get to like run on localhost 3000 or whatever. And they're stacking cubes, and they're sort of like visually building the HTML code that they want the thing to return to you when you make a request to it. It's kind of fun, and then they I don't know, cause some explosion to go around. So all the like HTML tags, like one cube is an HTML tag or a closing of an HTML tag, and so they cause all the HTML tags to like bounce around the room, and then the website is all scrambled up when they try to look at it. Yeah, just if you wanna look at it, just search for like Portal 2 web server or something like that. It's kind of fun. Fun stuff. Okay, let's try to actually do some work here. By all means, keep trying to derail me in the chat. It's one of those days. My brain is kind of fried, but I'm gonna try my best to actually make something happen here. So, right, we were looking at. This is where I went off rails and just started talking about other things. And I don't mind, by the way. It's absolutely free. I've said in the past that when I'm streaming, I'm sort of open to discuss things. So don't be afraid to ask if you have any questions about anything. But this is where we sort of left off. So let's get that gravity crane. The gravity crane thing, and try to come up with some prompts for it. I think that is the way to go here. Where would I actually? Yeah, we can actually probably go to the inputs again. I think the input mappings maybe. Because the input mappings, this is the stuff that would actually like eventually be. This would come from some sort of data file, because you're supposed to be able to rebind the keys in this game, right? But you don't get that yet. But here we have a function that runs through and just binds things to like some sensible defaults, essentially. This is all data driven. So we are binding crane forward backward, crane left right. That's the kind of stuff that I said that okay, I don't think I have a symbol for the gamepad left thumbstick yet. So maybe we don't do that, but we could do this one. Let's add a comment there. We can do this one. So crane up or down is left trigger and right trigger actually. Yep. And so the input ID here, this is kind of interesting because the input ID, crane up down, this is one of those things that we could potentially like put in these double squiggly brackets here. Well, it's actually mapped to two different things. So how should that look? I don't know yet. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Toggle active, we can do that, and we can do reset post. We can do at least 4 of those. And then these two will actually have to be kind of collapsed into one, right? Let's add some question marks here after these, because I don't exactly know how to handle those. But these two should be basically very simple to do. When we want to toggle the crane, it is mapped to either gamepad button A, or here in the keyboard section it is mapped to the key E. And reset post is mapped to key R on the gamepad to gamepad button Y. So this should be perfectly supported by the stuff already, right? So, and you can see actually it's also mapped for the cargo crane controls, so it's also fine. Crane toggle active. Yeah, okay. Let's add a section here. I'm gonna add some more empty rows, I think. Let's do text UI toggle crane active. Maybe we call this input prompt, so that we know that later on what this actually means. Input prompt toggle crane active and input prompt reset crane. These two guys should be very straightforward, and what we can do here now then is we do here we go, crane toggle active. So we can do press and then double squiggly, put that there to toggle crane active. It's not necessarily proper English, but I think everyone knows what we mean here. Press. Whoop, that's not. How do I use this program? To reset crane, right? Something like that. Try to figure out how to actually describe this in Swedish. How do I like accept what it's trying to suggest to me, but like not more than that? I'm confused by this program. I don't know, something like that. Okay. Excel stuff. Riveting. At least we have a couple of sensible input prompts here. Then, annoyingly, we have to shut it down when we want to actually regenerate the localization data from those lines. Because if we have this open office, and I think this is sort of like an Excel thing, actually creates a sort of log file here, which means that we can't actually read from the Excel file, XLSX file. But now we can, so let's do that, and we get no warnings, no errors. That's good. Oh, did I miss something? Oh, thank you. I'm glad someone is awake. What's happening now then? What? No. Look at this. This is like oh, okay. Oh, I was jumping. Yeah, it would have just like written out this entire thing, so it would have been kind of obvious what is happening. But thank you nonetheless. It's proof that some of you are actually watching this, not just listening to my ramblings, which makes me very happy. Okay. So I don't exactly know how this thing is gonna work in the end, but I do know that we're gonna want to have some sort of data struct for holding these input prompts, right? That's what I kind of already alluded to here with this small little struct here. So it has an inlines collection. It has a localization key. This localization key is essentially like this thing here. In text UI input from toggle crane active, for example. That's a localization key. I don't exactly know what this thing does with the text field. What is that? Is that just like the raw text, or what is it? What is the text for? Yeah, it is exactly that. So when we initialize this guy, we get the localized text from the localization system, and we store it in the text member. And then out of that, we build the inline connection, which wants a text string. I don't know if we actually really need that for anything, though, after the thing has been built. Like, it comes in here. We build another string with it for some reason. I think we're probably going to be modifying this guy. That's why we do it. What is that? That's it. Okay. Text inline object. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure we actually need that text to be stored separately, but I think it probably makes sense to have it there anyway. Well, anyway, we're gonna want to have all of these. This visible thing we don't need, because if we don't have something visible, we just don't have it in the list. So that part is different. And then if we look at how this thing is actually being rendered, so this was the initialization stuff. We just looked at that. The inline collection is like a list of things that can be rendered. It can be essentially like, you know, it can be symbol and then text, or it can be, in case of this, it can be text, symbol, text. So you can have any number of text sort of runs, I guess was the one word to use, in a number of text runs and any number of symbols in an inline collection, and then you render it in sort of one go. And so that was the initialization. Then what we do is we render some blur shadows. Yeah, we render some blur shadows for the places that are text, so where they are not images. Like this is a boolean, right? If the boolean is false, then it means it's a text, so then we render that. And that is just to get a little bit of a, like, make the text here a little easier to read. Like you can't almost see that there is a blur shadow behind this text. But if you don't have the blur shadow there, it's kind of difficult to read. I think you can actually see that because we have a handy dandy little constant here we can turn off. What font to use for the prompts? It is the same font I use for everything in the game, essentially. Like, yeah, here you can see that. Okay, now we don't have the blur shadows. You can kind of read them here pretty well, but against some backgrounds it's just super difficult to read. So yeah, that makes sense to have. And these symbols actually also have a little bit of shadow going. I think the font is called Kimberly. Yeah, Kimberly. Yeah. It's part of a font bundle that I bought some time ago. Or actually, quite a long time ago, I think. Several years ago. Right. What was I thinking? I was thinking about this rendering. Right, so that was a blur shadows. And then we go back in and we again iterate over all the objects in the inlines. if it is an image, we save the state because we're gonna mess with it apparently, but we don't really mess with it, so I don't know what. Maybe this thing messes with it. I don't remember. Then I have some hack here, which, like, of course I do. Apparently we need to move it like 2 pixels up or something. I don't exactly know. I remember I remember writing this code. This is one of those things that I wrote first in C++ and then later on I ported it over to Zig. And like I needed to change them here as well. I do images differently in the Zig version. These are all like my custom vector format, rather than being PNGs, and I needed like different offsets, but yeah, I think we're gonna probably just copy paste this thing. Then we render in pixel rect and we restore, otherwise we just do the text. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Right, so the way this works is that we have a text X, then we ask the width and the scale, and then we just move forward from that. So this looks pretty all right. And then we have some line height. How's that actually calculated? Okay, so the inline actually gives us the line height. Yeah, that's the NanoVG text metrics thing for the line height. Okay, that's probably fine. We might have to like adjust that somehow. Like here, for example, I'm just multiplying it by 2, because of course it can be something completely different depending on how you want that text to actually look like. It's not like reading a book. It can be that you want like a lot more spacing in between. Yeah, something like this. So this should all be good. We're gonna add a list of these guys to our list of, well, to our new input prompt list. The input prompt list will have a list of prompts, which is probably going to be a basis array list of input prompt. Right, set that to undefined, and we are going to initialize it here. Prompts init allocator. Yeah, that's fine. And then here we're going to deinitialize it. And actually probably yeah, here is actually something that's kind of interesting. So previously we had a list of sorts because we had like a hard-coded number of those interaction type counts. So here we will instead have gprompts.items, and that gives us an input prompt. We want it as a writable input prompt. Maybe we can just call it prompt. And the prompts, text and inlines need to be deinitialized as well. Right? It's not like in C++ where you have a stud vector of something that has a destructor, and then when you clear the list or the vector, then all of those destructors get called automatically. Zig doesn't really do that sort of thing. Zig has some other functionality to make sure you don't have to do this kind of thing all over the place. But in this case, I think I'm gonna want to destruct them by hand. What we could do, for example, is just add here a pub fnd init self input prompt void, so that if we actually add more things to this, then we can just do all the deinitialization here. It's probably nicer this way. Text.dinit, and then we can just do prompt.dinit there. And that's probably a nicer way to go. Right. Yeah, there's some pretty old stuff here. Kind of try to avoid initializing with undefined these days. But I guess this is fine, probably, for now at least. Let's go with this. So now that we ran that batch script, we should have our new localization. Keys here. I think CLS just hasn't, for some reason, picked up on those. Sometimes it can be a little slow to pick up on things that are like, yeah, there we go, that are edited outside of the editor. So something like this, for example, is now available to us, and we should be able to just use that. But let's just initialize it to text UI OK, because it's kind of like a sensible default in a way. Rightio. And then we will actually just, I think, add some hard-coded lines there for ourselves. So yeah, let's have a I'm just gonna remove those there. I don't like those guys. It's not really how I do things anymore. Localization key, by the way, it can have an empty, which is probably nicer. Just set the empty there. And instead we will have a pub fn init, and we'll give it a we'll give it an allocator like this. So that will be a stdmem allocator, and it returns an input prompt. We'll quite simply just return input prompt, where the inlines is text inline collection init allocator, and the text is basis string init allocator. Like that, and this lock key is initialized there, so that's fine. Sorry to ask, don't be sorry. It's absolutely fine. And welcome to the stream if you're new here. Glad to have you. To make this game on Zig, you're creating your own game engine from scratch, or are you using something like Zig for Railib or Mac game engine? I am not using Mac or Zig for Railib. No, I'm not. So yes, I'm using my own game engine, which is this is not perhaps the, shall we say, typical way of doing Zig development. Typical way of Zig development would probably be to use well, Mac is one thing. As far as I know, its development has slowed down significantly, so I don't really know what's up with Mac these days. But I would say the typical way of building a game with Zig would be to either just use some C libraries directly through Zig's way of importing C APIs, or then just using some available wrappers that make some of those libraries a bit more Zig friendly. And I don't do that. I started wrapping my own stuff. Meaning my game engine, a long time ago, which means that my interfaces don't really look necessarily like Zig interfaces. They're a bit of a hybrid between like C++ and Zig. In terms of style, of course, they are 100% Zig. There's nothing magical about it, but like they look a little bit like my game engine, just a Zigified version of it. So, and I don't use any like, you know, Z GUI or like Zig Vulkan bindings or anything like that, because I essentially like expose all of the systems that I need through my own game engine. Do you use new Zig IO interface? I use it in a few places, yeah, but they're very sort of few and far between, because the new IO interface is used if you want to, you know, if you want to read from, let's say, some kind of stream, or you want to write to a file, or you want to do threading, that sort of stuff. And most of those things are actually taken care of by the game engine itself. So yeah, I haven't really exposed myself to the IO interface stuff, except in like one or two places. Like, I do think I actually use... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's see, can we find the thing? Save game data. Yeah, it turns out I don't do it here either. So what I was thinking, like, the IO interface might be used here in this file reading and writing. This is the thing that actually saves and loads the games, like this, the actual save game data, right? So read from file. It's just standard file system, current working directory, open file. Read all. Yeah, it's not actually even here. So it is possible that I don't do it actually in this project at all, now that I think about it. I do have my own streams, like, you know, binary stream, read and write streams. They are my completely custom stream, you know, types. Binary stream looks like this. The reason I have this as a custom type is that, like, I've needed to be able to communicate with C++ and actually even C# since the very beginning, and so I have just a custom stream that works across all three languages, so that I know that, you know, they handle the endianness in a specific way and all of that, and I can I have some, like, you know, flags that I can turn on to make quaternions be compressed in a certain way, and then the receiving side can actually figure that out and decompress them, that sort of thing. It's like it's just a way for me to be able to, like, very efficiently send data back and forth between, like, C++, Zig, and C#, and so on. I just use my own stuff for that as well. So no, I haven't actually used that a whole lot. Turns out you don't really have to expose yourself to that if you don't want to. You're creating your wrappers from scratch. I am, yeah. To be fair, I'm generating a lot of that code. So I actually have my code. I have sort of like a interface definition language, IDL. I've showed this off multiple times. I can show it off at some point again if you want to. Perhaps not now, but just very quickly. You can even do that. So this thing called bind-a-lot. This looks like a programming language, but it's not really. It kind of is, but it's not really. It's an interface definition language. The point here is that each of these lines is valid C. I can take one of these lines at a time, and it will be a valid C function prototype, right? And they sit in something called a class. A class is just like a logical collection of something that I want, but quite often these are actually wrapping like a C++ class. That's why it's called class. So if I have a client class in C++, for example, and the client class has a method called getRenderer, and I wanna use that from Zig. How do I do that? Well, I can't really do that because Zig doesn't understand C++ at all. Instead, I have this sort of thing, and I run this through a small little tool that I created, which is called bind-a-lot, and you give it the file, and it generates a bunch of Zig files and some headers, and the generated stuff looks like this. It's a whole lot of things just being automatically generated. So here's like the binding functions, and then you have the pointers, the actual function pointers that you hook up, kind of like similarly to how you hook up, function pointers at the start of like a Vulkan or OpenGL program, that sort of thing. And then you even have some like aliases for these, and it lists all the parameters that you're gonna want to call. You can see all of these are C calling convention function pointers, this sort of thing. So I just generate all of this stuff, and so I don't have to bind everything by hand. But for example, the client, if you go and have a look here on the client, because client is an actual class in C++ like this, the client has, if I remember correctly, it doesn't have a class called getRenderer. I wonder what getRenderer does then. Probably just goes through the client and gets it somewhere else. Sound Manager, do we have that? Oh, it's probably not actually exposed to this one. Yeah. Oh, I know actually. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of things that are actually exposed from the base class. Yeah. So we have like get primary physics scene. Yeah, this is right there. That's get primary physics scene. And then we have get primary physics scene is here. So you get a function pointer to something on the Zig side. When you call that something, this thing ends up being called on the C++ side, that sort of thing. And of course we can't return a physics API scene reference because this is not a thing in Zig. So instead we return a uint pointer, which is then wrapped some way in Zig. Let's go have a look here. Where is the thing? Oh, it is of course in client.zig. And here we go. Here's primary physics scene. It returns a basis physics scene pointer. And then this guy has a bunch of things, like you can add actors, you can add joints, you can add vehicle controllers, blah blah blah. All of the same things that you can do, here. Add actors, vehicle controller, joints. So it kind of like mirrors the C++ in Zig to a large extent, which is not how most people use Zig. It's a bit of a special case, but just the Zig itself is just 100% standard Zig, so there's nothing like magical about it. So that's how I do it. Okay, let's go back here. The last thing we did was not that thing. Let's drag this here. The last thing we did here in the It's actually none of these. Where's my input prompt list? Here it is. Last thing we did here, but I think was adding this init function here. Hey Tutu, late to the show. Well, yeah, the stream has been going for you know, well, close to 6 hours now, but I did have a little bit of a break, so not quite that long. But yeah, I'd say we're probably approaching the end here, but I'm gonna keep going a little bit more. Let's try to get some text on the screen. That's all. That always excites everyone, right? So let's do like a very sort of experimental section here in between these two lines. Stuff that I will then later just take out. So what we will do is we will do oh, I know what we will do. We will actually add, because this doesn't really make any sense now, does it? Let's add another one of these. Let's call it init with localization key, and it's going to be one of these guys, and the localization key will be assigned here, like this. There. Like that, because actually I'm gonna shorten this. It's super long, like so. Because what we can do here now is, if we have these two text input, UI input prompt, this or that, so it's that one and then it's this one. So let's go with these simple ones first, and let's see if we can actually come to that one, which, you know, needs to be like split and merged and all kinds of craziness. We have those two first, and we can do we could maybe do that, so that we can actually use try here. And I do wonder if where's my init stuff here that I added? Is it maybe? Here it is, but this is actually not throwing errors. Why is it not throwing errors? Yeah, it's not throwing errors because this is like a callback. Yeah, okay. Well, that's a bit annoying then, but okay. It can't be helped. We're, however, gonna be throwing errors here, so let's just do catch error and then basis fatal error with name, like that. And this now allows us to use try here, which I'm gonna make use of, because we're gonna do try g prompts append, and then we're gonna do init with localization key allocator, and we can do text UI, yeah, that one, and then we can do the same thing with the next one, so that would be the reset key. Just hard-codedly add a couple of lines there. We can add some more once we see that those guys show up. Yeah, the nice thing with Zig these days is the fact that you can just do this. You can do like dot something. Same thing here, dot something. And if it knows what this thing is, if it knows that this is going to be assigned to a basis array list of input prompts, then it knows what this dot is. You don't have to go like basis array list of input prompt. This is exactly the same as quite simply just writing dot init these days. So it makes like a whole lot of Zig code much shorter than it used to be in the past. In the past it used to be very sort of verbose and long, at least the way I wrote Zig. But it's really nice. It's really nice. I like it. So now then, the fact that this is initialized here also means that, yeah, these guys are initialized, and in particular this font size equals 0. That's important, because if you remember from this HUD interaction prompt that we looked at earlier, it's actually used here to determine if we need to rebuild or indeed just build this text inline collection to begin with. So we're gonna do the same thing here. I'm gonna leave this weird stroked rectangle here in the background, at least for now. But let's do 4 G prompts items prompt, probably like so. And what do we do with the prompt? We basically do that, probably. Let's see. Font size is pixel size times 0.2. So we probably want to actually have an index as well, which you can do like this. We do I, and then that becomes a U size. We can just do like so, float index. Zig is very strict with its casts. Like, it doesn't allow you to use a float where you're supposed to use an int, or vice versa. That's not fine. That's not fine with Zig. Okay, we're gonna have to actually have a writable prompt here, now that I think about it, like so. Catch, yeah, okay, we're gonna have to catch that there. Yes, this is also a callback, so we can't just do exclamation point there and then do try and remove that catch. Like, this is what you could normally do, but since this is a callback, in other words, we actually need the address of it. We can't do that because that's not something that C or C++ understands. So it makes certain things a little bit more tricky. All right, and then I think we're just gonna copy paste this entire thing over here, and then we're gonna actually look at it a little bit if need be. Let's see, does this actually build? I wouldn't be surprised if there was something funky here that we still need to fix. Actually looks kind of nice. Yeah, it does build. I wonder what this looks like. So if everything goes right, we should have 2 lines of text on the screen. Yeah, we do. we do. We have 2 lines of text on the screen. What you will see here now is that because these are what am I trying to say here? Because they are vector graphics, they scale really well. So these are just super sharp, even though they are this big. But okay, the the font is a tad too large, maybe. Let's see. Let's just bring that down to like maybe a 1/4 of that. Let's start with that. So that would be something like that. And then we also don't know what buttons those are supposed to be, and I think we need to add them to a list somewhere for them to show up. Let's figure that out next. Yeah, that looks more sensible. We can see that we don't actually want to start them this high up though. So pixel pos plus let's do Let's do pixel pos times probably actually pixel size, right? Pixel size dot y. No, that's x. Sorry, that's x. That's not what we want at all. This is what we want. Actually, we probably want to move them a little to the side as well, but let's move them down a little bit first. So pixel post is prompt line height times 2 times float index. Okay. Right. So we want to do something like this. We want to do pixel size times y times 0.1. Let's maybe start with that. And then here, why not we just actually do the same thing but with x? And then we can see what happens. And when making these UI elements, we always want to keep in mind that we can't work with raw pixels. Oh, okay. Something went wrong with the shadows there. We can't work with raw pixels. We also always need to like resize this thing to make sure that it kind of like sticks together with the rest of the UI. The rest of the UI is now sort of like covering this area. Because of the scaling mode that I have set, it kind of stays there in like a 16:9 frame in the middle of the screen. I wonder what's happening with the shadows though. That looks really funky. Oh, okay. Okay, that's why. That's why. Yeah, so pixel pos. Okay, let's make a start text x, and we assign that to start x text, and then we do that's start text x, and then we assign the same thing here. And now that should fix it, so that we don't have the shadow jumping around annoyingly. Yeah, that looks better. That looks better. But now, of course, the we should put in the background pretty soon, I think, because only the background will sort of tell us what is like a nice kind of like layout for this. But I think we're gonna want to move this thing a little bit to the left, so I'm just gonna quickly fiddle with this a little bit and move that to like 0.6 maybe, something like that. There's a lot of magic numbers in my UI coding. They are typically, though, they are not pixel values, but they are normalized values, ratios. So 0.06 of the width of the screen, or rather the width of the screen that the UI occupies. Which means that you can have those numbers; they're not gonna break even if the resolution changes. But yeah, it can sometimes look a little weird when I have a lot of magic numbers there in the code. Okay, so what do we do about these question marks now? That's not great. So let's go into the build text inline collection function and figure out how does it actually get those images. Get symbol texture path. Yeah, that's a bad name because it's actually not a texture at all. It's a bin SVG file, but whatevs. Gamepad button, okay. Yeah, it kind of feels like there's some missing stuff here, right? So this is probably the one that we're getting, unknown.bin.svg. Let's go have a look if that is familiar. Where is it actually? Game UI controller prompts. It's here and it's unknown. Yeah, that is exactly. That's the image that we're getting. And instead we're gonna want to have let's go back here to see what is it we actually want to have. It's crane toggle active. Crane toggle active should be the gamepad button A, right? I don't think there should be anything confusing about that at all, but let's see. Crane. Oh, actually it's in a wrong file. It's in the input mappings. Crane toggle. Crane toggle active. There we go. Yeah, it's gamepad button A. Right, so why does this thing actually not find it for us? Get mapped gamepad button. Oh, I think I know why it doesn't get it for us. It doesn't get it for us because we're not in that input state, so it's not gonna be mapped to that. Of course. Right. This could actually be a little bit tricky to get working. Like now it would be mapped. Now we need to somehow refresh these guys. Yeah, now it is mapped actually. Yeah, so this system is actually working perfectly fine. It is just confused because we're like, okay, so which button is mapped to the toggle active crane? You know, when that thing is built, but nothing is mapped because we're in driver mode. So it's just me being confused here. But yeah, now it is like, what do you mean? Nothing is mapped to the crane active button. So it's fine. What we want to do though here now then is let's see, input prompt list, like this refresh is called among other things when the input mode changes. Okay, so that should be fine. So we just need to make sure that we set the font size to 0 back. So g prompts dot items, and we do prompt, and then we do prompt dot inlines. Nope, not that. Inlines font size. This exact thing, and the comment there and everything, so that we're not confused by what we're looking at later on. And that forces basically this if to be true, which means that it reveals the inline text collection. Yeah, that should be good. So we need to go into gravity crane mode, and then we need to switch between text modes. But okay, still looks like nothing is happening. That's annoying. Yeah, we are running that though. So why is it not figuring out? Gravity crane, cargo crane. Okay. Okay. It's a conundrum is what it is. Okay, we're gonna have to step through it in the debugger. What? But yeah, quick pee break and I'll be back and then we'll take a look at that. Alrighty then. So let's see if we can figure this out, and then I think I might be done for today. I'm doing this for quite some time now. So if we put a breakpoint there, and then we switch back to gamepad. We should hopefully be able to step into this guy. I'm actually running this Zig code in debug mode, but Zig is kind of semi-debuggable currently, at least on Windows. So I think, let's see if is it that one maybe? I think it's that one. Here we go. Resolve image resource path is right here. You can see it is gamepad. Input context. We actually have any sensible world interaction controls. Oh. Yeah, that's not correct, is it? I don't think that's correct. That might be why. Yeah, it's not world interaction controls. Ah. It would be crane interaction controls, right? Crane. It's actually gravity crane controls, I guess, in this case. Right. So we need to tell the text inline collection which input context belongs to. Okay, that is probably not an issue, but it's something that we need to get it from somewhere. Yeah, now we can see. Now it works. Indeed, if I press A, then I can toggle the crane on and off. And if I press Y, and then it will reset itself. So that is fine. And if I switch to mouse and keyboard, it switches to E and R. And it is also, in fact, correct. Okay. Okay. So not only do we need to kind of like figure out what to actually show there, we need to figure out the input context for that, and also that might mean that like we could we could ask the input system which input contexts are active, and actually have the system figure out automatically what to show there. What if we did it like that? Would that be cool? I mean, that would be pretty cool. Yeah. That would be pretty cool. Because then I wouldn't have to do friggin' anything. I would still have to write the text, and I would have to sort of like register which of those things actually are gonna go on the list. But the way this thing works is that you have a bunch of input contexts. So you have an input context for driving around, and you have an input context for the the free camera, and you also have an input context in this case for like the cranes. So here we have the cargo crane, and here we have the gravity crane. like a button, for example the gamepad button A, does something different in one input context than it does in something else, right? Now that I have the driving context on, if I hold on the A button, then that's like the handbrake or parking brake. But if I switch to the gravity crane and I press A, then that actually activates the crane. I mean, this is just basic input system stuff. It's not something complicated. But that means that like we can query the input system, at least I think we can, and if we can't, then we can add that functionality. We can query it like, okay, which things are active right now, and then we just need to pair those inputs to some texts, so some texts that I basically have to write for them. But if I write those texts, then that means that I kind of implicitly I want them here on the screen. If I don't, if I leave something out, then it means that like I don't want them, because I said earlier that I probably don't want to have the driving controls listed there, because they're sort of like the most core inputs of the entire game. Just like when you play Assassin's Creed, it doesn't list the controls to actually like move around. That's something that the player is expected to know. I don't want my driving controls to be listed on the screen. So if we just automatically show everything that is bound in the input context on the screen, then it will be like a very long list of things. We don't want that. Yeah, I think this is how we're gonna do it. It will probably take some figuring out. The nice thing about it is the fact that like I can then have the system automatically figure out what to show there in that rectangle, at least in theory. Yeah, that's kind of nice. Okay. That could be a pretty nice way to handle this. Okay, let's do one more thing today. Let's figure out how many of those lines we have, how many of those prompts we have. Let's pretend we now have that system that actually figures that stuff out and shows it to us here. And then we just have it draw the background there, right? So that shouldn't be very tricky. We already have a bunch of HUD sort of controls or widgets, whatever you want to call them, doing something similar. So we're just gonna do something very similar here as well. So we have background large, we have background medium, and we have background small. That would be medium, and this would be small. And then we just load them just like this. So I'm just gonna add a comment here, testing data, something like that, and I think it goes probably in between this one. So large, medium, and small, and we're gonna want to remember to deinitialize them as well, because this is data that actually lives in C++. We're essentially only getting a pointer, so these are SVG image PTRs, so pointers to data that we essentially like, we knew them in C++, so we're gonna have to delete them as well. And this would be HUD, so let's just convert these guys to get their resource paths. So that's large is that one, medium is that one, small is that one. So, like the most easy thing to do is quite simply just to probably render the large one in the pixel background, right? So, no, or pixel rectangle, pixel render in pixel rect. So pixel rect would be, it's an AABB2D that it wants. Yep. Right, I render it here. Not in the pixel rect, but actually just render. We can do that, that's fine. But we could also maybe just do, what's that, upright. Okay, yeah, this is, yeah, okay. Yeah, this is the sort of, the pivot in the upright corner there, I bet. Let's maybe not do that, let's instead do, how do I do here, for example? Large background. So do pos x pos y minus height. Pos x width pos y. Yeah, so that's down left. Okay. Yeah, okay. So if we want this to be, this would be like large BG bounds. Large BG bounds, we can just do this. Width, height. So that would be like, take that away, and then this would be up left. Large BG bounds. Render in, not pixel rect though, but just render. So context and large BG bounds. Yeah, I don't think I need those actually. Oh, I do actually. Yeah, I do. Never mind. This is supposed to be pos plus y, or y plus height. Rightio. I feel my brain kind of shutting down. I just make stupid mistakes now. I think I need to stop this relatively soon. But hey, look at that. We have a background. It doesn't really look as nice as I feel it looked at in the mock-up. So I'm gonna have to fiddle with that gradient for sure. But it is there. And now, of course, if we want to, we can select which background we render depending on how many actual items we have. For that to make sense though, it probably also makes sense to have a look here in the HUD work to see roughly like how large these guys are. So the large one is, actually write this up again so I don't forget it. So the large, medium and small, large is 432, medium is 262, and small is 98.2, but you know. We don't need to count half pixels here. So 262 divided by 432, that would be like 0.6, and 98 would be 0.22. Something like that. So I don't exactly know how I'm going to select this yet, and I'm probably actually going to want to put these into an array, so that I don't have to you know, do this kind of thing. I can just select the index based on some nice metrics, some heuristic somewhere. But anyway, this is going to be times null or 0.6, and this is going to be times 0.22, 22.6, something like that. Let's have 3 significant numbers there, decimal points, and yeah, let's actually just go with the small one. I'm gonna add a comment here to do select the correct background based on a number of prompts in the list. Something like that. Small. Plus X plus Y. Oh, right. I need to do this. I need to group those together, right? Still nothing. Still nothing. That's not great. Let's see if I just cheat a little bit and get back my nice rectangle drawing things here. We can just test out this guy by doing let's see, that would now be not in pixel coordinates, and we need it in pixel coordinates, so this would be pixel pos. Actually, I already have a pixel pos here. I'm just going to add an underscore to make it distinct, and then we can do context get pixel pos from UI pos. So UI pos in this case would be vec2 init small background bounds. Oh, it's actually already yeah. Okay, it's just min. So small background bounds min. That's the pixel pos, and then the pixel size. And we can do it like this. We can do pixel min, pixel max. This would be max, right? Pixel min x, pixel min y. And then width is like pixel max x minus pixel min x. Pixel max y minus pixel min y. All right, so do we get a nice rectangle there where that image should be? Oh, I think it's still running actually. Yep, we do. Okay. We do get it. Yeah, it's way too small though, and I think the reason here is that actually I don't know what the reason is. I don't know what the reason is. My brain doesn't really work anymore. Let's do background large. Let's see if we just draw that there, right? I need to leave. Thanks for the stream. Thank you. Have a nice one. I'm gonna end this like right now, basically as well. So. Okay, so we do get stuff in here. I'm not actually sure what's going on with this. Probably doing some stupid mistakes somewhere. Pixel min. Yeah, I am. Oh, keep going to Discord all the time. I'm of the opinion that it should be this size, but I'm not sure if it is. Kind of thinking it's probably not. It's like way too small for that. .22. It does actually look kind of, you know, correct though. If we take this and draw them both. Yeah, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look like 22% of this entire thing. So there's really something going on here. What is height? That is. Yeah, these are both in. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's not a height. That's max. That's max Y. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So what I'm sort of I'm assuming this is actually height, but it's not. It's the max coordinate. Yeah, that would be the problem. So what we actually want here is like we want the large background bounce, which is like the whole thing, right? And then we want the height of that. So this would be max y minus large bounce max min y. Those two. That's the height. And then times 0.226, which was the aspect of that other one. Here we go. That should be much better. Some more magic values here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to clean this up and figure it out. But now we should at least. What? No. It keeps getting smaller. What am I doing? Max y minus min y. That would be the height of it, right? And then I want a fourth of the height. Well, that's definitely not a fourth of the height. Oh, but it's okay. Again. Again, it's not the height. Kind of fixed half of my train of thought, but left the other train of thought just hanging there. Yeah, I need to just start with the y and then add the height of it. Yeah, now it is fixed. I tell you, look at that. This is a fourth of the entire thing. That looks much better. So we can see here that if we have just the top of it, now of course we can render it there. I still think it looks. I don't actually know what's going on with that small one because it's so very, very faint. Small. Small BG bounce, yep. And then this is all just sort of control code. Yep, that looks good. So, you know, if I turn off the vignette effect here. There we go. Yeah, you can still not see it actually. That's kind of strange. That's kind of strange, isn't it? Let's draw the background small here in the large backgrounds rectangle. I'm just confused by the fact that like can't really see this small thing at all. Yeah, it's really just not visible. There's something wrong with the small image clearly. Let's add some other. Add one of those like driving gauge base, like that thing. It's kind of a visible thing. Let's get that thing's path and put it there instead. Just replace that there and see what happens. Yep, that looks perfect, if I may say so myself, and that means that that's supposed to be the large one, and then I'll take it away for now. So that means if we now draw the small one here in this top section, we should see it as well. I think there's something strange going on with the small one, which makes it like not visible at at all. Yeah, you can see it works perfectly. I wonder... What do we have here in the small? Oh! I've... Yeah, okay. Damn you, Affinity Design. Affinity Design is breaking stuff again. This is what the large looks like. This is what the medium looks like. Looks very similar, right? This one and this one. This is what the small looks like. Also very similar. It's just like a smaller thing. Here's what the large looks like in SVG. We have a whole bunch of empty graphics objects here that are gonna be stripped away, luckily, by my converter. I don't know why Affinity Design does this, but here is what we are actually interested in. So input prompt. It's a path. It has some coordinates, and it has a fill, which is a linear gradient, which we can see down here, linear 1. And it has some colors. Black stop opacity 0 looks good, and we have another one which is stop opacity 31, which is exactly what we input there if you were here a couple of hours ago. So this looks good. Here is what the small looks like. Look at this. Base 64 encoded rasterized data. For some freaking reason. It's just absolutely broken Affinity Design these days, and I've reported this bug to them that when you copy a shape and you transform it, it rasterizes this freaking thing, and I'm just tired, sad. I'm just tired and sad. So I don't know exactly what to do here, but I can probably I can probably just set it to like a single color. There's the medium now, by the way, right? There's the medium. Yeah, medium is also, it also contains some crap here, which I mean I can't use this thing. I'm trying to draw pure vectorized data here, not some base 64 encoded rasterized bullshit. And so what we have here now, if I export this, yes. Now if we go have a look, okay, now we got rid of it, and it just fills it with RGB values like that. That's fine. Also we have this crap here, but it doesn't matter. It gets left out. And now if we add a gradient back in, and we just do this completely by hand. So we add a gradient. Come on. Gradient. I don't know, maybe something like that. And again we have 31 and we have 0. Now it is possible that this will work, but it's not guaranteed. Medium, save, yes. Let's go back here. And yeah, now you can see, now we're in medium. Now there's no rasterized bullshit. Instead we have just a linear gradient here. I don't know what the hell this is, like, what's going on with Affinity. But this is really breaking my workflow. So basically what you have to do is you need to set the fill color to a solid color, just the color, bloops, like so, and then you need to set the gradient back, add the gradient back, like this, and you do black, come on, black, whatever, opacity 31, and then black, and opacity 0, How's the other way around? Bloops, like so. Then we can adjust this a little bit. I'm not sure this really works visually, this smallest one, but that's a whole different thing. Something I'm gonna have to figure out for myself, I guess. For now, I just wanted to export using Sensible SVG. That's a large one. That is what we want. So small, small, yes. All right. And now the small also has a linear gradient. There we go. Okay, so now if we put back that path there, actually I'm just gonna take it from here. Put that back and then do small. Now I'm sure it will show up. I don't think it will look very nice. I might have to do a little bit more figuring out the design there. I should really. Oh. I missed a G. I should really make my editor or my converter of that SVG data give a big red warning if it tries to export some rasterized stuff that I haven't asked for. Yeah, there we go. Now we can see it. It doesn't look very good, but it is there. Like if we take those yellow things away. These guys. And actually, let's fix this up while we're at it. So this would be all the way to there. So it's 0606. There we go. And that would be the medium one. But I'm gonna comment it out now because I only want the small one there. Might even be that we just want to have the large one there all the time, regardless of that. Regardless of how many of those things we have. Well, now we have it there. It doesn't look very nice. I'm gonna have to figure something out, but at least it works. Damn you, Affinity, for breaking. I don't exactly know which version has introduced this bug, but it's kind of infuriating, actually. So, I'm gonna have to figure that out as well. Anyway, I think we are done. I'm just completely fried now, so I think it's best if we just end this. Maybe I'll do another stream this weekend. I don't know. Maybe not. But at least we got started on this, and I think this input stuff is actually kind of both a blessing and a curse in a sense. It will require a little bit more coding, I think, but if I get it to sort of like auto detect what is going to be bound there, I can then automate the actual like filling in of things, which is definitely nice. What version do you have though? I have version 2. Your app icon version is green because you're using the new Affinity Studio, which I don't use. And I prefer not to use it, but it is possible that I have to migrate to that. That is the new Canva version. But yeah, I have the latest version 2. And you have the new Studio, aka Canva version, aka version 3. Even though I don't think it's really marketed as version 3, but it's kind of version 3. So that's a whole different thing. I might have to move to that, but I kind of don't want to because it's Canva and it's AI and it's paid for by some subscription BS. I've actually paid for this version of the program, so yeah. We'll see. We'll see. It might be that it's actually like only gradients. Of course, I use gradients in quite a few places, but yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to stay off Adobe. Not 100% sure I will though. Like there are a few programs in the cloud. What is it? Creative Cloud suite that I would actually kind of like to have. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm trying to stay off that because I only want a few of them. Like I don't use Photoshop, for example, at all. I don't really know how to use Photoshop, to be honest. So that's a whole discussion, but we'll take one thing at a time. Thank you everyone for today's stream. This was pretty fun. It was mostly talking and discussions. That's a fun thing to do. Stream is 6 hours and 45 minutes, so it was a pretty long one, including a little bit of a food break, of course. If you like what you see, be sure to subscribe. If you want to play the pre-alpha 2 version, you can do so today by joining the Discord and downloading the build from there. If you want to support the project, do go and check out Traction Point on Steam, add it to your wish list. There are links in the beginning of the chat as well as in the description below. And stay tuned because there will be a new playable version this December, so in about a month from now. And to be able to get into that play test, which will be delivered on Steam finally, you will have to join the Discord. So if that sounds interesting, do check out Discord as well. There will be proper demo versions and publicly available things later on that don't require you to join anything, but for now, Discord is the place to be to play early versions of the game. I think that's it. I can't think of anything else to say. Have an excellent weekend, everyone. There may or may not be another stream this weekend. We'll see how things work out. But have a nice weekend regardless. Take care. See you next time.